Diagnosed sociopath explains life without empathy, guilt, or remorse.
So no, I've never wanted to kill cats. And I'm going to be specific there. Not cats. There are things I've done in my childhood, but never to cats.
Like killing other animals? What do you mean? Like other animal cruelty, but so dogs? Well, I'm assuming it just means any animal that isn't a cat. How do you get diagnosed as a sociopath? Do you just go to a psychiatrist and say that you're suspecting that you have, you know, sociopathic tendencies? Because you don't just go to a doctor and they say that. I'm assuming you have to, like, go at a younger age or maybe early adulthood when you're, like, suspected of it.
What is your personal definition of a sociopath? Well, to me, a sociopath is someone who has been diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder and has specific antisocial behaviors. I would say a sociopath is someone who does not have empathy, who does not have remorse, and doesn't have guilt. I personally don't think that there's...
Is that something that's genetic or developmental? Because I can't imagine a full lack of empathy. Like being unable to feel remorse or bad for somebody in a situation that's not your own. It's like a high level, it's like a higher level of narcissism. Because narcissists could still feel bad for people or feel remorse. But it's like the step up.
Guilt, because it's just a useless emotion.
And the clinical diagnosis.
Guilt is a useless emotion.
Anxiety for guilt, because it's just a useless emotion.
And the clinical diagnosis,
Yeah.
Does that differ from that?
Sociopathy is not a medical term. So when people talk about it, it's usually informal. I know I use it informally. It doesn't have it is not in the DSM. You need to be diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, which is characterized by a lack of empathy, guilt, and remorse. A lot of people claim to be sociopaths, and they think, oh, I've done bad things before. Am I a sociopath? And the answer is no. Most of you still have empathy, guilt, and remorse, and what people like to call it conscience. We don't have that.
But is that a lack of emotions as a whole? Like, how do you not have empathy but still feel sadness, grief, and happiness? To me, it feels like an all or nothing thing, no? I'm not disagreeing with this. Like, I know this is like we're talking about like something that actually exists in today's world. I'm saying I'm confused personally on the idea that like you could feel like sadness or, you know, happiness, but not feel regret, remorse, guilt.
Are you born a sociopath or do you become one?
I just asked that. That's the fucking... Dude, I love that. That was a question. I was hoping that would be answered.
I'm in the firm belief that anyone with factor 1 traits, which is the callousness, the grandiosity, the glibness, the charm, that's all born. You're born with that. And that's where the distinction comes in between sociopathy and psychopathy. So psychopathy is based on the Hare checklist, which is the work of a clinical psychologist who is Canadian. And so there's a lot of traits that can be ascribed to factor 1 versus factor 2. So factor 1 is when you don't commit like crimes out of passion. You don't react out of heat, out of anger in the moment. You react out of coldness and a long calculated strategy. And that's what I believe I have. The thing is I'm...
That's like fucking terrifying. How do you have friendships if everything's like a cold, calculated response? Like, how do you have a social life? I know it's like sociopaths have antisocial behavior, but they put on a fake social, you know, outwardness, like an extroverted persona.
I'm not impulsive and reckless. I am when it comes to adventures. I am not when it comes to revenge and plots. I can spend a year, 2 years working on a plot to get back at somebody.
What? 2 years? 2 years getting back at somebody? Oh my God, what is this, war? Being like holding a grudge for that long? Holy shit. I don't think that's like coldness. That's like a deep-rooted like anger is how I would see that. I know it is more cold because like the level of calculatedness is like very long term. Like you're not going to have that emotion for such a long time. So it's seen as like a more neutral, just like numbness. I hate meal planning. Every time I go to the grocery store, I buy one of the same 4 things because it's what I know how to make, and I'm too scared to branch out because I don't know what I should get. I don't know what I should make. With HelloFresh, they make that process so much easier, not only by having the produce and meal kits delivered directly to your door, but also in conveniently packed meal kit prep plans that you're able to make in 30 minutes or less. All the ingredients are delivered fresh to your door with a simple, easy-to-use instruction packet on how to make the dish itself. I mean, look at the options. With endless new stuff every week, you're bound to find something that you're ready to enjoy. So check out HelloFresh and use my code JOBYFM at HelloFresh.com to get 10 free meals and free shipping. Free meals are applied as discount on the first box. New or returning subscribers only. Varies by plan. Sign up today. Use my code JOBYFM at HelloFresh.com or click the link in the description. Thank you to HelloFresh for sponsoring this video. And let's get back into it.
Do not get into fistfights. I do not get aggressive. I do not do things that will cost me my freedom, my life, and my social circle.
But then what the fuck are you doing for 2 years to get back at somebody? Like plotting the death of their grandmother? Like, I don't understand. Like, what in a long-term scale is revenge in a 2-year span? Like like slowly inputting like higher doses of like mercury into their water or something? Like make them do something, sabotage? No, I feel like it'd be like you're like slowly implementing like mercury into their water so eventually they die. Like, I don't understand.
How can you spot a sociopath? The funny thing is, people think sociopaths are going to be scary in person, that they're, there's a distinction between them and other people. The truth is, there really isn't. What I notice in a fellow sociopath is the eyes. The eyes are pretty soulless. If you see me get angry, you will see my eyes become soulless. But I personally had to teach myself how to blink more often because I was freaking people out. And so
what? She had to tell herself to manually blink more?
that's something that you will notice. The ability to hold eye contact for as long as possible. Usually because we don't have the same strength.
Ooh, I be darting away, dude. I can't keep eye contact that long in conversation. I'm not gonna like not look at you ever. But like, okay, say we're having a conversation. Hey, how are you doing? Yeah, so the other day I was just, I was on the street and I passed this one guy and he didn't really like look at me in the way that I thought he would. And so it's like you kind of like dab back and forth. You look away, you look at your surroundings, you look back. You look away, you look at your surroundings, you look back. When they're talking, I look directly at them as a sign of respect. But when I'm talking, I won't look into your eyes the whole time. Because when somebody's talking to you, you look at them to show that you're paying attention. That's a level of respect is like, if I'm talking, you look at me. Because when you're looking at me, you're saying I'm obviously paying attention to what you're saying. But if I'm talking, I'm not going to stare you down. You have autism. I've never been tested. I'm fairly certain I don't have autism. I am unable to look at people in a conversation for extended periods of time. Like, I would not stare at you.
People, we're also very calm in tough situations, and we're calm when we even get like almost hit by a car, like I was the other day. My heart rate did not go up at all. So when you notice someone who is exceptionally calm, exceptionally good in stress, it's highly likely that they could be a sociopath.
Well, that's what John Kiriakou, the CIA whistleblower, was saying. He said the people they want for the CIA have sociopathic tendencies.
Do you have friends? I'm a sociopath. I'm not like a serial killer, okay? Of course I
All right, well, we started this video by saying you kill animals that aren't cats, which is very vague.
have friends. Like, do you think I'm like AI or something? I have so many friends. I've had long-term friends. I've had people who I find to be disposable. And so
Yeah, but I feel like she never has a true friend. The way that she's explaining it is like a sociopath would never be able to have that deep-rooted connection with somebody. Like in the Aristotle sense of like utility friends, and then, there's like, she has friends that have purposeful, relationships with her where it's like, hey, we're coworkers. I need you to be my friend so we can help each other with this. And then she has friends that she enjoys hanging out with, but it's like, the way that she's describing herself emotionally makes it seem like she could never have like a deep understanding connection-wise with another person.
I've had people who I find to be disposable, and so I'll get rid of them when they stop having a use. But my real friend.
Okay. See, like that. See, like that's crazy. Like when the way that she's describing disposable friends, the average person would just say they're my acquaintance. Like I have people that are acquaintances where we are friends due to circumstance, but I would not be like, you're a disposable friend when you're no longer of use to me. I would get rid of you. I feel like that's a very cold take.
Who are within the core, they get the best friendship imaginable. Like, I will do anything for these people, but
Yeah, low-key, having her on your side would be awesome.
where you'll lose me is consistency. And so whoever falls off based on that, I understand. I'd be annoyed too.
But it's not a deep-rooted friendship. She's never going to be, like, I understand she's saying, like, she'll be there for you, but it's like, if you're a sociopath, you don't have a sense of empathy, you don't have a sense of care, and you're unable to do that. When your friend goes, hey, I need help moving in, all my other friends are busy, my mom just died, and I have to move out because I can't afford rent at this place, no part of you is going to be like, okay, I need to be there for this person. You would just, maybe from a calculated sense, you're like, this is valuable to me to help this person in this scenario. But that's more of like a personal gain sense than like, I actually just want to help this person because I feel bad for them, you know?
What do you look for in a friend?
I like someone who is going to be loyal, who will not generally start fights or create a hierarchy within the friendship circle. I don't like hierarchies in those social settings. I need someone who is willing to be there for me at 2 a.m. like I'm there for them at 2 a.m.
See, but that doesn't seem like sociopathy. Like, if she's there for somebody in their times of need, she is showing a true caring for somebody outside of her own individual interests.
What percentage of the population has ASPD? I believe it's approximately 1 to 4% of the population has ASPD. And
what is ASPD? Antisocial personality disorder, chronic mental health condition characterized by long-term pattern of manipulating, exploiting, or violating the rights of others without remorse. So statistically, let's say it's 2%. 222 people in this chat show forms of sociopathic tendencies.
And I would say it's probably more than that because women are very underrepresented, and that's probably because our acts are not usually violent because we are small. We don't have the same advantages of men in that domain.
Is there an even gender split?
No, absolutely not. Men are far more likely to be sociopathic. Men are far more likely to be psychopathic. Men are far more likely to be violent, to be aggressive, and to have the physical size in order to assert that dominance, whereas women just don't have that. Best way of dealing with a sociopath. Okay, so this depends on whether you are dealing with a bad sociopath who you want to get rid of versus someone you want to keep. So if you want to get rid of a sociopath, what you have to do is become exceptionally boring. We cannot tolerate.
What? So you have somebody that like likes you and you don't like them back and they're like a sociopath and they won't leave you alone, so you just become boring and then they'll leave.
We honestly cannot tolerate boredom. So the minute you start being less interesting to us, we'll lose. Like, we'll drop you. You could become very needy, very clingy, very dull, ugly, gain some weight. That sort of stuff will make us lose interest in you.
All right, well, I'm not going to get fat for the sole purpose of somebody losing interest in me. Like, what the fuck? If somebody, I feel like there's got to be better ways. Yeah, maybe acting boring. It's like, all right, yeah, maybe lose yourself a little bit. You just pick up drinking, gain 30 pounds.
We are so bored as a baseline. If you bore us even more, we're going to cut you real quick. Like, you'll be out of here in no time.
When you say bored as a baseline, what do you mean by that?
So I get bored basically just existing. So I don't necessarily feel boredom in the way a child would, but I feel this like sense of restlessness or agitation when I'm not actively a part of something that's going to bring me success or bring me fun. So that's when I start.
Doesn't that feel more like an ADHD, like kind of energetic? That doesn't really feel like a sociopathy thing. That feels more just like a restlessness of constantly needing to be stimulated.
Spending wild amounts of money, going on trips I never planned earlier, just forgetting medications and deciding to stop taking them because it's inconvenient going to a pharmacy. That boredom really gets in your bones, and then you just have to do something about it. So it's already so bad. When you exacerbate it, of course we're going to get rid of you. Did you want to kill cats as a child?
Why cats? What is that like a thing? Like people have an interest in killing cats if they're like psycho or sociopaths?
No, I don't think I've ever wanted to kill cats. I adore cats. I have 4 Persian cats. So no, I've never wanted to kill cats. And I'm going to be specific there, not cats. There are things I've done in my childhood, but never to cats.
You can't just go to the next question. What, you can't just go to the next question and leave that on a fucking open-ended statement there. Yeah, there's things that I did. Like what? What would we kill? Were we strangling dogs? What were we doing? Were we blowing up frogs? I don't understand.
Do you want to elaborate or no?
You just move into the next question. Thank fuck the interviewer. Aaron, thank you. Thank you for butting in. No.
I was a very violent child.
Oh, gosh. See, that's not elaborating in the way that... See, that's making me more curious.
I didn't carry that out past approximately 12. And let's just say in India, when I visited, we visit every December, it's a lot easier to get around the law. It's a lot easier to get around even violence towards other people, towards animals. But it's never been cats. It never will be cats. I love cats so much.
But, like, what? I like, that's just, like, okay, there's a difference there, though. Like, if you're killing, like, minnows or, like, fish, I feel like that's, like, not fucked compared to, like, okay, you drowned a dog or something like that.
What emotions do you have?
Like, the level of consciousness of the creature. You know what I mean? Like, if somebody was, like, when I was a kid, I used to kill frogs. I'd be like, nah, that's bad. But I wouldn't be, like, shocked. But if you were like, when I was 5, I strangled a dog to death, I'd go, whoa. Have you gone to therapy? Or, like, it's, you know what I mean? Like, there's, like, a level of, like, lasting impact depending on the animal.
And I'm a sociopath. I'm not AI. I'm not a robot. I have all the emotions. I just don't.
Wait, what was the question? Oh, what emotions do you have?
And I'm a sociopath. I'm not AI. I'm not a robot. I have all the emotions. I just don't experience empathy, guilt, or remorse. I think the strongest emotions I feel are rage, contempt. Contempt is probably the strongest feeling I have. Disgust. Like, people could do the mildest thing and it will trigger disgust. Like, most of my actions are very controlled. They're very precise and planned out. But sometimes I do have a rage attack, and I worry that one day it might go too far.
What does a rage attack look like?
So I've been told that it looks like the soul has left my body. My eyes look a lot darker. I have previously attempted to hurt someone with a knife. I've pushed people down flights of stairs. And the rage attack is kind of like just irrational. Like, you can't talk me out of it. Like, I need the time to calm down, because if anyone is getting in the way of that, they're going to be a casualty, unfortunately.
Do you feel
Bro just used the term casualty.
joy and happiness?
Yes, I do. I do feel joy. I feel happiness. I feel happy for others if they are part of that call, because I see that as myself succeeding. I also do experience jealousy, like and entitlement to an extent. So it's kind of like this baseline of...
I don't think that's just a sign from sociopaths, though. I think it's very common in friend groups for people to feel jealous of other friends' success, when you got to realize, like, you got to prop up your boys, you know what I mean? Like, witnessing your friends succeed, you should always be happy, regardless of whether you could still... I don't think it's bad to witness your friends succeed and go, damn, I wish I had that. But that shouldn't take away from the level of happiness that you have for a friend. Does that make sense? Where it's like, say your friend wins the lottery. You could go, I wish I won the lottery. But you shouldn't be mad or, upset that your friend won and not you. You could be like, damn, I wish I won. But you shouldn't be like, oh, okay, fuck you. Like, pissed off at them for their success.
And then...
Okay, not success. Winning the lottery isn't success. More so like luck, I guess.
Anyone can do something like that I find offensive and it will trigger contempt, and then that'll mean they're out of my life. I know a child with this. What advice can you give me in terms of care? Well, firstly, no child has antisocial personality disorder. All they can have is callous, unemotional traits and conduct disorder, which I had. If you have a kid who is showing the kind of callous emotional traits that you would see in a sociopath, it's very important to take that child to the right sort of therapy early. Because even when I was 21, which is when I got diagnosed, my psychiatrist, he's a forensic psychiatrist, he mainly works with prisoners, he wasn't quick to give me my label because he thought, look, you're 21.
Wait. Side note. Have you ever watched, she's saying she can feel sadness and happiness. But she doesn't feel empathy. So when she is like watching a movie, like a sad movie, is there never like a moment where she would cry? For example, Rocket. This is maybe a bad example, but this is one of the most recent films where I fully cried that I can spoil because it's been a while. Guardians of the Galaxy 3. Rocket's friends, if you remember. The bunny, the walrus, they were murdered. And then in the movie he goes, it's like that, like a really exaggerated cry. I cried, right? So would she not get upset there? Or like in The Long Walk, I'm not going to spoil it because it's a great movie and I want you to go watch it. In the ending of The Long Walk, I cried. It wasn't affecting me. No way you cried to that shit. That was sad. Sociopath. No. I'm kidding. That was sad as fuck. What are you talking about? You're telling me the scene where the little bunny is like, and we're getting out, right, Rocket? Boom! He walks in and they're just dead. Like all of his friends are dead. Like that was sad as shit. I cried in theater. That was so sad. I cried the most watching The Long Walk recently. What are other really sad films that I've cried? I used to not cry in movies, not because I didn't want to, but because I thought it was weak to. Now, I love a sad movie. I have to be in the mood for a sad film, but like, I love going to like see a sad movie. I'll cry in public. I don't care. If I'm watching like a sad fucking film, and I'm in a movie theater, I don't give a shit. I'll be like... It's usually never that, though. It'll just be like a silent tears running down my eye type shit. Cars 1 and 2? Cars 1 and 2? What fucking scene in Cars 1 made you cry? What scene? Mater's death. Mater didn't die.
Eventually, he just realized that it was immutable. In me, it was completely immutable. There was nothing that they could do to change that. All he could do was show me how bad the prisons were in order for me to not commit strong acts of violence. But yeah, no children can have this, and no child is just a monster from childhood. Like no child is like that. Like even when I was 3, I mean, my mum used to call me a monster, which I thought was like quite despicable to say to a 3-year-old. But it is what it is.
And you mentioned therapy. What is the purpose of that therapy? What's the kind of end goal?
Therapy was, I don't think it was effective in, let's say, curing the sociopathy or psychopathy.
No, I think it would be more so teaching her, like, hey, we know you have this condition. This is the ways that you're going to have to work around it to live a normal life.
It wasn't like that. It was more just managing the symptoms rather than treating them. Because the thing is with therapy, it can make you worse because it teaches you how to manipulate more effectively. and which language to use to extract the most you can out of other people and still sound decent and humane while you're doing it. So I don't think therapy is necessarily effective, but it is.
Bro, I will notice the slow blinking. There's no way that's a true trait, though, of, like, every sociopath. But she blinks so slow. Like, watch her blink.
Necessarily effective, but it is nice to have someone who you can vent to who won't judge you, which is fun. Do sociopaths thrive in leadership positions? Yes, we do. I did exceptionally well in leadership positions, in politics, in finance. It's just...
Yeah, aren't, like, CEOs of companies, like, way higher percentages of sociopaths and psychopaths than, like, any other fucking position? Like, being the head of a company, largely, you have a higher chance of being somebody that is a sociopath.
It's exactly what we were born to do. Like, we are born to rule, I believe, because we are not encumbered by, like, the ills of society, the society.
I would not say sociopaths are born to rule. I think that they're born to be put in positions where hard decisions need to be made and they have to be callous about it, but not a full leading position. Does that make sense? Like, I don't think you should have a leader that feels no remorse or guilt at the top, but I think that who that guy employs to do other segmented things, you could have a sociopath lead and do very well. But you don't want the guy making the decisions and calling the shots to be a sociopath.
We can make the decisions that would cripple empaths. Like, we are able to do things that will create profits no matter whose neck we have to step on. And that's really what you need in these positions. And I think also it's a constructive way to use what our nature gave us.
Do you think a lot of world leaders are sociopaths or psychopaths?
Oh, 100%, 100%. I don't necessarily want to get sued, but let me just say a lot of world leaders are very sociopathic, if not full-blown antisocial personality disorder. What stops you from acting out when someone like Bundy didn't? So Bundy had the privilege of existing in the 1970s when surveillance wasn't a thing, and we didn't have Uber, we didn't have Facebook, we didn't have Meta, like, tracking our every movement.
What does it mean Bundy didn't? Bundy did. What stops you acting out when somebody like Bundy didn't? Does that mean didn't stop acting out? Because Ted Bundy murdered 1 million people. Yeah, very weird that she's a privilege. I think she's saying that he's not some super genius, right? As a serial killer, he was privileged to be in a time that enabled him to do the things that he did without immediately getting caught. Like, somebody like Ted Bundy today would have been, you know, found the week after he killed somebody.
Meta, like, tracking our every movement. When the police didn't understand how DNA worked, that was something that Bundy was very, very privileged to have. Unfortunately, now one thing is I don't have the size advantage. Like, I would have to do something very stealthy if I'm trying to get rid of somebody, whereas a man can use physical strength to overpower somebody. Which I think Bundy was he had the freedom to do it. He had the motive to do it. That was the only thing that really gave him joy. Whereas I can get joy out of other domains, even if it means, like, toning down my sadism. I can still get joy from other things that I do, which I think the ones who are very violent and it's...
When rebranding fails, Kai Cenat.
Some say rebranding as a content creator, artist, or creative anything is a make or break in a lot of people's careers. You can have good creator rebrands, like Speed going from a kid yelling slurs in his mom's basement at 3 a.m. and doing voodoo rituals or whatever you call this. Genuinely, we gotta ask.
Wow, Speed's fucking, like, content arc is crazy, because now he does, like, very like cultural like showcasings of like the world. And he used to like light off fireworks in his bedroom.
What the was wrong with Speed in 2021? To now becoming one of the biggest live streamers in the world and breaking generations of propaganda from the media. But then you also have creators on the opposite side of rebranding like Sneeko. Turning from a person who used to be labeled one of the most creative YouTubers on this platform for his unique style of videos, to now having to hang out with the sinister six of streaming and appealing to racists because that's how much his audience has got diluted. Either have a sand machine grounding your ball sack for 5 minutes, or have your sister in a room with these guys for 5 minutes.
Well, I think the appeal of the content change for the hard right audience is a similar content change that comedians make to religious comedy and Christian comedy. It lowers your audience threshold, but it increases the dedicated audience that you have. Does that make sense? So I don't even know if a lot of like hard right-wing creators believe what they say, but it basically guarantees the fact that you're going to have an audience, even if it is smaller. It guarantees that you have that audience. It's the same thing with Christian comedy. Like, if you're a comedian and then you pivot to Christian comedy, like, you lose a wider audience, but you gain a more dedicated, smaller fan base. And so that's like the path that a lot of them go. And they're a lot hardcore, a lot more hardcore fans, right? It's a very weird pivot that a lot of people make, but I mean, you see people make it pretty quickly. Not pretty quickly, pretty often, if that makes sense. I used to be far right wing, thank God I'm not anymore. I mean, I'm not judging like political viewpoints, but I just think like I am. It's like, well, I mean, it's not. It's a mixture. It's not. I have nothing wrong with conservative content creators, but the purpose of making hard right content is to appeal to a smaller net fan base that just fucks with you. That's what it is, right? Like I think when you make like liberal, if you just make content and you have liberal views, you're not making liberal content all the time. Like, I have liberal views. I don't air them out every day. But if you are a hard right content creator, a lot of the content that you have to make revolves around that. There's the same that could be said around left-wing creators, right? Like, Hassan is a very left-wing creator. Hassan's content is all politically motivated. But I think, like, if you're in that, like, kick rumble space, there's like 90% of your content has to be around politics.
Personally, I'm sorry for my offspring, but y'all can no longer be born. Sometimes these rebrands come.
There are like exceptions to that, but I'm saying a lot of it is like BP right wing. Like, it's their job to appeal to that audience.
Naturally, though, and I think those are always the best types. Just like how I mentioned Speed earlier, most of his rebranding came.
Do you still like your chatters aren't liberals? I don't have a problem with conservatism. I have a problem with when people just refuse to, like with the current ICE shit, when people are like, well, that lady shouldn't have tried to drive away. I'm like, dude, he shot her in the chest like fucking 3 times. I'm like, he killed her, right? Like, now it's just like just being an ass to be an ass, right? There's like a difference between having like financially, fiscally conservative views, or like some socially conservative views or religious views, to like literally just not giving a fuck about the fact that like somebody got murdered. Right.
From him maturing from being a
like, there's a difference there.
Teenager that grew up on the internet and watching edgy creators, then actually went out in the real world and saw real people. There's a reason why the most edgiest creators on
and I know that'll piss people off, but like, I gotta say, I don't know why people immediately get agitated when the creator they watch doesn't have the same views as them. Like, it's very narrow-minded to assume that the creator that you watch is just going to agree with what you think, right? Because you like their content. Like, that's just not going to be the case, right? One way or the other, right? There's going to be people that are liberal that watch conservative content creators that get annoyed when they have those views, right? For me, I'm liberal. People get annoyed when they find out I'm not conservative. It's usually assumptive that I'm conservative because I'm a straight white man, and so they look at me and they just assume I'm like a Chad of sorts. But it's like, I don't know. Holy PR? It's not PR, man. It's not PR. So many people say that, man. So many people are like, Joe's liberal for PR. Brother, I went to college for philosophy. I'm very attuned to atheism. I'm basically on the cusp of absurdist nihilism. I don't believe in God, right? If you just took my viewpoints, that would religion, it's like, I feel like it's not PR, man. Like, I think there's nothing after death, man. I think that's like, it's just obvious that I would probably be somewhat socially left-leaning, you know? Like, even without, like, PR in the picture, it's just like atheism. Atheists, probably not conservative. Like, most of the, I mean, that's like, it's a true thing where if you take somebody's sex, income, religious perspective, how often they go to church or their synagogue or whatever place of worship is, like, you can factor in what they'll probably be, right, politically. Like, I'm not liberal for PR. I'm not actually liberal. I'm a social democrat, right, is how I would perceive my own views. Nobody knows what that means, though, so I just say I'm a liberal. But it's, like, a little different. It depends on the topic, though, right? I could have a take that's more middle-grounded. But, like, the majority of the time, I would say I fall into a more liberal way of thinking. Like, I don't believe in God. I'm not religious. I have no problem with gay marriage. I support the LGBTQ, right? So all of these things kind of coincide with, like, my base philosophical beliefs. So it's not something for PR. It's just that's what I think. And that upsets people. Abortion, I support abortion. Oh, God, that really upsets people. Yep, I know. Also, not PR. That's just, I don't see a problem with abortion. Third trimester is a different conversation, right, where you're about to have the kid. But to say that, you know, and I'm not saying this to just get dubs. Like, you could say L. Joe. I don't give a fuck, right? You could disagree with me. But, like, I'm not being liberal for PR. There's an equal, and to say I'm being liberal for PR is like, dude, the majority, not majority, you know how many men in the younger Gen Z era are conservative? The majority of my audience is men. So many people that watch me are conservative. It's equally appealing for me to be either for PR, right? I could pivot either way. Like, it's not a PR stance.
Platform, most of their
Can we move on from that?
audience is teenagers, because that's when you're the most on the internet, that grew up on the internet and watching edgy creators, that actually went out in the real world and saw real people. There's a reason why the most edgiest creators on any platform, most of their audience is teenagers, because that's when you're the most on the internet and
Joe ... is very obvious the majority of your audience is liberal. Yeah, because a lot of people stopped watching me when I shared political views. That's, you know, the amount of people that unfollowed me, like, way back when I said that I supported Palestine. Like, I mean, now I think both sides really are against Israel, but, like, early, like, years ago, right, not years ago, like a year and a half ago, when I said that I supported Palestine, the amount of people that were like, I fucking hate you. Okay, don't watch me. It's not a PR thing, dude. I've gotten fucking death threats for my views. On either side, that's gonna happen.
just like how I mentioned Speed earlier, most of his rebranding came from him maturing from being a teenager that grew up on the internet and watching edgy creators, that actually went out in the real world.
I literally think that's the arc that I had. Like, people will be like, you're so much more political now. I'm like, no, I just have a philosophy channel and a lot of philosophy takes somewhat intertwined with politics. I started content when I was a teenager. I'm now 23. I've gotten older. I think my content slightly matured.
World and saw real people. There's a reason why the most edgiest creators on any platform, most of their audience is teenagers, because that's when you're the most on the internet and have the least life experience. There's also rebrands that are straight up a hard launch and the person is saying this is exactly how they're going to be moving like, which is usually more dangerous because you're telling the entire audience you built up that you're no longer that person they watched. And the newest rebrand we have from a big creator is none other than Kai Cenat. I don't think we've had a hard launch rebrand from somebody as big as Kai Cenat in a while.
I'm gonna have the take that I think he approached this goal of making clothing very poorly. And I think he took the break from streaming for his mental health, which was needed, and I have nothing wrong with that. But I think going from streaming all the time to disappearing for 4 months to saying you're just gonna quit streaming and start a clothing brand, it's like, well, now how are you gonna promote it? Your entire audience watched you for your personality, and now you want to start a clothing brand, but your means of promotion for that clothing brand no longer exist because you're not streaming anymore. It's like, I think the best way that he could have done it was stream less, still stream, start the brand, and then slowly go from, like, streaming to clothing, and then just done, right? Versus just being done and then launching the clothing brand. You know what I mean? Like, how are you going to promo it?
Not too long ago was he yelling yacht at women getting up on his stream.
Saying so.
I'm sorry. Let me lock him out real quick. Hold
I
on.
mean, you know what I'm saying? All right, bet. Go ahead.
The thought of an historian in the year 2900 going back to this time and studying these type of clips always crosses my mind. And now Kai's brand new look is him launching a fashion brand and trying to become a designer himself, while also self-helping himself by trying to fix his reading struggles and working out. Off the word,
I don't have a problem with the reading videos either. It's like a self-accountability of like posting those videos to ensure that you read more. But I think being able to read and then comprehend reading is two different things. When you read out loud, I mean, maybe this is a person-to-person thing, but I'm just going to have this take. I think if you read out loud, you're not actually absorbing what the fuck you're reading most of the time. Like, if you're focusing on the pronunciation of the words, you're not actually focusing on the meaning of the word itself. Like, all the videos that he posts are him reading for 30 minutes, and he's not actually reading. Like, he's reading, but it's reading for pronunciation, not reading for understanding. And those are two different things. You could read for understanding, but if you're focused on pronunciation, you're not focused on the purpose or what you're actually absorbing.
Working out. Off the wording itself, it doesn't sound...
It's the reverse for me. I think it does vary, but I think if you're like trying to read and you're focusing on the pronunciation of that word, you're not actually focusing on what that word means. He does look up what those words mean, but it's like, if I'm reading 5 pages, I'm going to absorb it a lot better in silence than out loud. I think it depends on the person, but I think largely, like, I kind of have that take from the idea of popcorn reading. Like, when you were a kid and you had popcorn reading and your name got called, whatever paragraph you just read, you were not focused on what the fuck that shit meant. You were focused on not stuttering and pronouncing the words in a meaningful way. Right, or not a meaningful way, the right way.
Bad at all. There's been 2 reactions to this. One
Neon for the sub.
being people who just hate to hate and basically hate on any...
You rebranded? I think I had a rebrand from the loud beanie guy to me, but that took a while. I don't think that rebrand took place until 2022. I think around 2022, like the summer of 2022, I started actually making content that was me. I think prior to, it was like just like LARPing as some fucking angry beanie guy. And I do get angry, but I think like I don't like any of the content that I created, like even honestly like 2022 and prior. I think 2023 I was like, okay, now I just like make the content I want to make.
Anything Kai does. If Kai does something like save a cat from a tree, they're in the comments saying some like he's worse than Hitler. Then there's a other group of people who genuinely just find his rebrand corny and don't like it. And if you see my videos, I've defended Kai from random who just hate to hate on the internet or try to find a random problem. But I've also been critical of Kai, and this rebrand was
executed terribly.
This all started back when he ended a subathon at the end of September in 2025. He hit 1 million subs, had 1 million viewers at the end. He had...
The Mafiathon really did feel like a very heavily branded event, though. Like, it was so focused around the gaining of subs rather than the content itself, is how I felt. Not to say that there weren't good bits, but it was like, we want to hit 1 million subs, so we're going to do everything to hit 1 million subs. And everything was like monetizable, where there were like certain days where subs were matched and they were like subs off, and we're going to have like power hours and stuff.
Every celebrity in the book on it. LeBron James shaved his head on stream. We could have just left the last part. All we needed to see was the king on stream. And after his stream ended, he decided to take a long hiatus to spend it with his girlfriend vacationing around the world, seeing different places. Kind of awkward knowing that now, considering they just went through a pretty public breakup and she's dissing all of his friends and people around him. On this vacation, he was...
Didn't she cheat on him or something? Yeah, like, I feel for him in that sense of, like, I get his break. I get his mental health break. But it's, like, it's hard to pivot from an entertainer. I was saying this the other day to my friends. I think Kai was one of the most successful entertainer on Twitch. But I think going from being a forefront entertainer riff guy to a creator is two different things. Like, I'm not a creator. I know everybody is like, oh, you're a content creator, and that's the terminology used. I'm not a creator. Creators are like Ted Nivison or fucking Casey Neistat or like the guy, like, bro, even like Tommy NFG is like a creator. Like, people that make shit. I riff, right? Most streamers riff. And Jack Pembroke, creator. It's hard to go from that to like something where you're behind the scenes making this shit hands-on. Like, they're two different realms, man. Like, streaming is such a different ball game from content creation. And content creation, it is content creation, but not in the way that I'm trying to describe it. Streaming is so different from raw content creation, and that's even so different from, like, directing behind-the-scenes work, right? Like, I'm good at on-the-spot stuff. I'm not good at, like, planned-out shit. I'm good at scheduling. That's even different.
He's probably trying to think of how he would even come back and be able to top what he just did. Like, if I was in Kai's position, I'm gonna be honest, I wouldn't know what the to do. I broke a record that probably won't be beaten or like—
Retire! 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 That's, like, if he wants to keep— so I think he wants to make that fucking clothing, right? And it's like, that's a passion of his. Go for it, right? But if it's like, if we're pivoting to, like, I want this to be, like, a successful brand, then he has to kind of also, like, stream on that side. Like, I mean, bro, like, Kai's probably worth $100 million plus. Like, he could just retire now.
Time it had
It's like, whatever you want to do.
LeBron James on at the same time. I gotta end off everything with that. Which is why he announced in a video on January 13th that he's officially quitting streaming. And it turns out that was actually clickbait, shocker. The whole video was an
Oh, he's not done?
announcement for his fashion brand and showing his journey on making his clothing brand. While also announcing he's been secretly posting videos on another channel that will document his journey. This was probably the worst thing he did in his rebrand and is the thing people are making fun of the most. In the reading videos, one weird thing he does is flex the phone timer after his reading time is supposed to end to show people that he's become a reading god above the average human brain input and output.
Location, creating, and implementation intention is a strategy you can use. You can use, pair a new habit with a specific time and location. The implementation intention formula is I will behavior and time and location. Habit stacking is a
You see what I mean, though? The way he's reading the words is about pronunciation rather than, like, understanding. And if that's the goal, I don't know, man. That's just, like the way that, like, the sentences is not being read in the flow of a sentence. It's being read in, like, a way of pronunciation.
time and location. Habit stacking is a strategy you can use. Ability of ending the emotional pain, which can open the door for you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been 30 minutes.
Implementation intention is a strategy that you can use. If you already want a 40v1.
Like, alright, man, we get it. You now have reached the same reading comprehension as Shakespeare. If he didn't put this timer bit into the reading videos, it wouldn't have received even close to the amount of hate it's getting. In the comments of all the vids, people are basically clowning him, saying he's trying too hard to be performative with it, and also are saying he's reading but not actually comprehending what it's—
That's just the take I have. I have no problem with him posting these videos. I think, like, having a fitness journey or a reading journey or whatever it is for, like, you know, making yourself want to motivate, like, self-accountability, like, that's good.
saying. Something that could have made it better is if he showed some notes that he was writing down while reading the book.
Yeah, like, trying to, like, understand. Like, when I have such a lack of motivation for reading, and I really want to read more for philosophy because I love philosophy. I love my philosophy channel. I love making those videos. But it's like, when I read, I deadass take notes on a Google Doc. Like, when I made that Marcus Aurelius video about meditations, that shit took me like 6 months to get through that book. But I would take notes when I would read it.
To show that he was actually retaining the information and keeping what the book's actually saying in his head. Unironically.
And even then, it's like, you gotta take notes and go back to them because, like, you could read something, understand it, and then forget about it. You know? Like, you could be like, oh, I get that. And then the next day I could be like, what'd you read about? And the average human's gonna be like, probably couldn't tell you.
Middle school teachers got one up on that. They was right on that because you do not retain shit after reading a book for the first time. But that time,
hell no, dude. You could read a chapter and then 6 hours later forget every single fucking sentence you read.
everything was gonna cook him either way. He's got to put that one in the closet. Overall, it is good he's actually taking initiative to improve himself, though. And there's clips too where he doesn't understand a word, so he searches up what it means on camera. Where people are clowning him for not knowing a word's meaning, which I find
Yeah, which is, that's fucking weird. I think he gets hate because he's so big, and, like, anybody in that space that's large and trying to do something that's new, people are gonna fucking shit on you for. But yeah, like, he looked up, like, spontaneity and people flamed him for it. I'm like, bro, who cares?
so weird. People will always say try to
Like, that demotivates motherfuckers to want to learn how to read and want to learn what words mean because you get flamed if you don't know what something is. Like, it's very commendable to admit that you don't understand something. It's very commendable to admit that you don't get something because so many people get ingrained in their beliefs and they refuse to admit when they're wrong. And like everybody does this. I do this, right? Where if like somebody proves you wrong, you don't even actually go like, you never concede that loss because that's showing like weakness. So instead people double down and get more fucking locked in and drilled into their fucking beliefs, even though they actually were just proven that they're wrong. That's why one of the best ways to change somebody's mind is to get them to arrive at your opinion by questioning them to get them to arrive at your opinion themselves. Like if I want you to believe that UBI makes sense, I don't want to explain to you why UBI makes sense. I'm going to question you with 30, 40 different series of questions to where eventually you arrive at the idea that you think universal base income is a good idea. And you're going to say it, and then I'll go, that's a good point. And then you're going to go, I know, thank you. And in reality, I was the guy that made you fucking think of that, right? Because I asked you the million questions to do that, but you're the one that said it. So because you said it, now you believe it, right? But if you tell a motherfucker, no, you're wrong, this is why you're wrong, and here's what's right, they'll never believe that. And it's the same thing with me. People do that to me. I'll be like, fuck you. No, I'm right, right? Like that's how you change somebody's mind. Is by getting like motivational interviewing, like questioning them to arrive at your opinion.
Prove yourself by reading books or going to the gym or learning whatever habit. And when you showcase yourself trying to improve yourself, they just clown you.
But it's so easy to just dunk on a motherfucker, you know? It makes you feel better to dunk on a motherfucker and be like, no, you're stupid. Here's why. Even though you know, everybody knows that's not going to change their mind, right? Because you're going to try and humiliate them and then they're going to fucking feel like shit about themselves. They're going to be like, fuck you. And then now you're more distanced from each other.
2026 and can't even be curious
You do that? I know I do that. It's bad I do that.
about something without getting the sped allegations. Meanwhile, those same people are
Because I love the idea of being like, no, you're a dumbass. Here's why. People do it to me too.
fat chuds on the internet that do nothing but comment on people's all day. And we kind of do need more people reading, at least in America, because the amount of people's reading comprehension has gone down is atrocious. I know this as a creator because I'll say something, a person won't even finish the video or just pause on that part, then go in the comment section writing a whole paragraph explaining why they hate me and how my take is wrong. Half the population reads at a 6th grade level here. We gotta start doing reading clubs again. I'm glad to be in the group of Gen Z kids that got out school right when AI was about to hit. Because if I was in school right now, I'll let y'all know, I would be a couple of octaves dumber than I already am. Then there's the fashion pivot. On that same channel, he's posting videos of him learning how to make clothes for his fashion brand, which doesn't have as much hate as the reading, but it's more of the way he presents it, I would say. His fashion brand is called Vivette, and one way he's advertising it is with his own journal. The journal having designs and sketches of what he wants in it. And the way he's talking about this journal and flexing it, you would think he's writing some new verses for the Bible. Even on the Vivette website, the only way you can see the journal is if you sign up and join the waitlist. So it's clear the journal is the main marketing tactic he has for his whole fashion brand, which isn't an uncommon thing. Every fashion designer has their own type of documentation of the process of making a product. Kanye is somebody who did this a lot and showed off his sketches. It's confusing on Kanye's
why did it just get silent?
vision for it, because in different videos he's saying so many things about what it's supposed to be, and he's changing the camera quality on the videos to make it look more like a documentary, which is now being called the performative quality. The funniest one has gotta be
Your boy for the sub.
him recording himself writing in his journal on a 3DS, which got deleted.
Why is he recording off his 3DS?
I don't know how to describe it. It's like a track, right? And then everybody's on it. And then when you achieve a lot or you do good, you start to succeed. You start to exceed it. Like you start to keep going at a crazy. The way like I'm a little dark and shit. Like shit dark for me. But as soon as I hold this journal up, it's a lot like more focused on it.
That journal better have the cure to cancer the way he's showing it. Crazy thing is, even if the journal does have good designs and people want to buy it, the videos have cooked anything associated to it. People will just look back at the videos and start dying laughing. There was absolutely zero need to record this video on a 3DS. I feel like even he looked back at this and said, alright, I'm doing too much. While people were memeing the whole thing, it also opened the floodgates of old clips showing COD trying to fit in with certain things, where you can't put it any other way. He's just saying some to be performative for the camera.
Yo, if you could describe your outfit with a song, what would it be?
Viva La Vida by Cosplay. These are kind of busted up, but headphones.
Like, bro just had that shit in the dome. What would you describe your outfit as? Bro, I'd be like, I don't know what fucking song my outfit is.
I cosplay. These is kind of busted up, but headphones. What I need. Not use those. You do not use those.
Yeah, bro does not use corded earbuds in the Big 26.
Why you capping this? He does not use those.
No. Yeah, he do. Look. These are the 16, 15 iPhones.
Thank you. These don't work. No, it just broke today. How it broke?
Kai, you can use AirPods. We know you're rich, dog. And before people get on my ass for wearing these wired headphones, look back the past 4 years. I've been wearing these in every single video the past 4 years, all right? I'm not faking.
Yeah, bro, you need the fucking wireless one. Well, I still use these because these are good with a mic for TikTok. They probably got my ear goop in them. Yep, you got my ear goop. That's how you know I use them. When your earwax gets all stuck in those motherfuckers.
I'm not sure why he does it or if he tries to do it subtly so people don't notice much. But in 2026, with all the forms of social media we got, people are gonna be able to tell when you're faking it. I do believe, though, that even with all these performative shenanigans, he actually got into fashion and likes it. You can tell his fashion game.
No, I bet he does like fashion. I bet he does want to make good clothing. But it's just like, I don't know. Like, do you think that, like, management or PR or somebody was telling him he has to like do these videos, or he was like, I want to promote it this way? I don't know, because I think he wants it to have its own meaning outside of just him, because it's not like merch. Like, he wants to transcend it from Kai merch, because like it would guarantee, that's how I'm perceiving it, it would guaranteed be successful if he just dropped clothes and was like, yo, my brand, I'm gonna call it Vivette, it's Kai merch, buy it. But, like, he wants it to be its own standalone thing.
It's changed a lot in the past couple of years. And I'm sure people will say that this whole thing is fake or a grift because it happened so soon. That can happen to anyone with anything, though. Sometimes you get into something and like it so much a lot in a short period of time, you want to start trying it yourself or going out into that industry. The way he's advertising it, though, is way too performative. There's clips of him walking around with the journal in Paris Fashion Week, and it looked like he was protecting an ancient scripture that had burned down what vaporized half of humanity's information.
Yeah, like, what the fuck am I watching right now? Like, I have no idea what's, like, why are there so many pictures being taken? What is this? Where, like, this is at a fashion week, but he's just, like, flipping through the journal. Why?
Wow.
Before I saw these clips, honestly, I didn't understand why people were saying the rebrand is performative. And as soon as I saw these clips, I understood why. Whoever told him on his team that this will look tough gotta be fired. Other fashion designers there were probably looking confused as hell. This isn't to say that Kai's clothing brand is gonna come out and look trash or ugly, but it's more of the marketing tactic and how it was done. In fact, I think a lot of the people hating saying the clothes are gonna look ass would start wearing it if all of a sudden people actually like it and start wearing it out. One thing Kai's gonna mainly struggle with in the fashion industry is trying to have this new persona while his old clips still being mega viral and out there, which is why I said at the
Yeah, like, he hard pivoted from, like, this extremely extroverted, loud guy to, like, a quiet genius that makes fashion. You know, like, it's a very big pivot.
It's better when a transformation naturally happens on its own and isn't a hard pivot, because not only is he gonna get low broed by the fashion elites there and they'll just see him as the streamer guy, also it's the clips and what type of streamer he was, doing a bunch of goofy stuff for stream. It's way easier for you to be a small content creator and have collabs with the bigger content creators, because content creators are usually more genuine, which can lead to you blowing up and having your own career. The fashion industry is just like the music industry. It's cutthroat. They'll tell you if your shit is ass, or a company will deny making the clothes because they don't think it will sell well. And people memeing this whole thing is definitely not helping potential fashion collaborators take it more serious. The whole jump into it was very fast though. It was only 3.5 months he was gone before doing this whole change. I feel like minimum you need a year for something like this. I guess for now we're gonna have to wait and see how it goes.
And was he mentioning it before? Like, before the Mafiathon 3, was he like, I don't know. Like, did he he say, I'm going to make a clothing brand?
I don't know
Or was it like out of nowhere?
if he's gonna completely quit streaming, but if I was his friend giving advice, I say hell no. No matter what is a
He had to have mentioned it once.
content creator, unless you're gonna retire after like 10 or 15 years, you gotta serve the people that built you up to what you are, or maybe that's only me. So y'all will have me for another painstaking 10 years at minimum. Enjoy. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram.
Love Tommy, bruh. Rebrand that cut when Tommy rebranded into having no afro. Tommy's cut always get inflamed. Speed in the beginning, it was nothing but a minstrel show. So happy he rebranded instead of role-playing as an ape. My God. Speed's rebrand was crazy witness in real time, bro. Went from tweaking in his mom's basement becoming mayor of Peru for 1 hour. He got a lot more serious. And I think that was just his personality changing, though. I mean, dude, Speed blew up as a fucking high schooler. And then now he's like, what, like 22 or some shit? 21, something? How old is Speed? Yeah, 21. Guy's a good example of somebody getting famous and rich but not really doing anything, and then he thinks he can become anything because of it. Kind of like when YouTubers would try to become musicians. I wouldn't even say YouTubers becoming musicians. I would say TikTokers becoming musicians. But I don't think he got rich and famous by not really doing anything. I think he was a really good streamer for the space that he had. But like, or has. But it's just such a pivot, man. Like, I make merch. But going merch and a clothing brand are two different fucking things, man. Like, getting into clothes and fashion is just an entirely different space. It's picking up another career. Yes, they're both in the social space because you have to promote them by marketing. But, like, that'd be like dead ass me running a social media business, which is basically what I do, and then being like, all right, I'm gonna open a restaurant. I don't know the first thing about managing workers or having a meal or quality assurance of food or the marketing of food. It's like the best advice I got, which is a little dampening, right? But the best advice I got was from my accountant. He said, I was like, I don't know what I want to do, like when I'm done social media. He's like, stick with what you know, man. Stick with what you know. You could stay in the marketing space, do behind the scenes shit, right? I could get into management of my own with ad companies and agencies or like, managing creators. But like, if you step out of that space, you're basically repaving your way, right? Like if you dip from like, if I know how to stream and I know the marketing space and I understand all of that stuff, and then I step out of that and I'm like, I want to open a bar. Just because you got the money don't mean you're going to have the success. Right? Just because you've had success somewhere else doesn't mean you're going to achieve that same success elsewhere. It means you have and have proven the ability to succeed, but that doesn't mean that that next mission is going to be what's going to be for you, right? Obviously, you're going to have a better start, but I don't know. It's like, that's why I've always said, when I'm done, bro, like, I would love to retire from, like, social media in that sense. I would do behind the scenes shit. I would love to even just, like, work at a fucking animal shelter. Or do some shit where it's like, you're not restarting a business, bro. Because growing a business and growing a brand is so painstakingly long and annoying to do, right? Like, it's not just as simple as going, oh, yeah, all right. Well, I was successful here. Well, I could just probably throw money at this and it'll work. It's hard to do. Why are viral products so bad?
The internet has turned buying random junk into a personality. Every other week, there's a must-have product blowing up, and if you don't own it, people...
Bro, the worst one, okay, not an you-own product, but everybody was raving about the chamoy pickle. I will stand by that looking so gross. Like a jelly, it's like a pickle that's like wrapped in like Gushers with like hot sauce on it. Oh, I understand it's like hitting the salty, sweet, like sour, like vinegar-esque taste, but that's like a culmination of all of those sounds really gross. And then buying it on the TikTok shop and it's showing up a month later, like in your fucking mail lockbox in the hot sun in the summer. Ooh, my chamoy pickle's here. Ew. Fucking
act like
I'm
you're living
not
in
eating that.
the Stone Age. TikTok makes it look like these things are magical, life-changing, revolutionary, but when you actually get one, it's always the same story. It's just a regular product with good PR. And
Oh my god, I thought that was a chamoy pickle. It was the gold Labubu.
And it's never something useful. It's always cups, drinks, pillows, headphones, basic stuff we already had. But people fall for it every time because nobody wants to admit they wasted money on something mid. So instead, they hype it up like it's the best thing ever just to feel better about blowing.
Yo, it really is like that, though. You get on a hype train, bro. I swiped up to get iced up by Supreme Patty. And I tried to reason at the time that it was a good purchase. I bought the free chain. I was that guy. I was early on into this era. I know we're talking about viral products in today, but I think I was one of the people that fell for the start of those products. You were like 11 years old. I know. But I remember being like, this is good value. This is a sick chain. I know it's fake. But it was only $10 in shipping. It was free. $10 in shipping's where they get you because the chain's worth 30 cents. Anyways, yeah, today it's like Labubus and all that stuff. You hop on the train, in the back of your subconscious, you're like, this is lame as fuck. But everybody else is hyping it up, so you also hype it up to make yourself feel better about the fact that you wasted $60 on a fucking Labubu.
The truth is, these products don't blow up because they're good. They blow up because they look good in a 15-second TikTok. It's not about function. It's about clout. It's
oh my god, Dubai chocolate. Fuck Dubai chocolate. Dubai chocolate. You gotta try out the Dubai. Bro, it tastes like a Kit Kat bar, bruh. It tastes like a Kit Kat bar with pistachios. I've had it. The Dubai chocolate's so fucking good. No, it's not. It's good. It's chocolate. It's fucking candy. Okay? Like, stop acting like God is touching your head while you're eating this. Okay? Like, that's not what it feels like. That's not what it tastes like. It's okay. It's not that good.
Consumerism dressed up as a trend.
It's so good. No, it's not. People like the fucking texture.
And everybody's too busy posting about.
You had it on Temu? I did have a Temu Dubai chocolate. I had another one too. And they were good. I liked them. I would eat them. But I'm not going to sit there and be like, okay, you guys. I just tried the best product I think I've had in so long. Look at this. They always make the weirdest sound. Look at the cross section. Look at the pistachio crumble, bro. Who gives a fuck? It's Dubai chocolate. That'd be like me going on TikTok with a Kit Kat bar and being like, look how fucking good the texture is. Look how formulated it all is together.
So today we're going through the most overhyped product the internet has ever lost its mind over. The stuff people pretend is life-changing when really it's just a waste of shelf space. All right, let's start it off by upsetting some people. Crumble cookies. Listen.
Oh my god. No, crumble cookie. You weren't there for a crumble cookie before it was hype. And I'm not trying to be like one of those people that only likes niche things and when shit gets popular it gets bad. Crumble cookie isn't even cookies anymore. They sell like fucking mini cakes, okay? This ain't a goddamn bakery, buddy. This is a cookie shop. All I want to buy is a cookie, okay? And then when you have the influencers being like, oh, look at this week's crumble cookies, you're going to die of a heart attack by the age of 55. And I'm not saying I'm healthy by any means, okay? I have a lot of fucking health problems and shit that I fucking should probably stop doing. Marijuana. If you're eating 4 crumble cookies a week, those are bad for you. Like one crumble cookie's like 700 I don't even know how many calories it is. It's like fucking 35 grams of saturated fat. 700 to 800 calories for one cookie. Motherfuckers be sitting down in a TikTok review and eating all 4.
Listen, I'll be fair, crumble isn't the
I think I'd die in my car after I hit fucking stop recording and post it.
worst thing in the world. Some of the cookies taste all right, but the way that
You start feeling like when you're fucking too high and you just start freaking out about your heart rate. Finish the crumble cookies. I'm just sitting in my car. I just start hearing. I'm like, just sitting there panning.
people hype these things up, that's what makes them unbearable. Crumble isn't even about dessert, it's about marketing.
Like, what is that? That's not a cookie.
The pink box, the weekly flavor drops, the TikTok reviews, it's all designed to make you feel like you're part of an event. When you actually sit down and eat one, you realize pretty quick it's just a cookie.
No, they're pretty good. I will say that. They're pretty good fucking cookies. But they're just pretty good fucking cookies. It's literally just a bigger cookie that you could bake at home. They taste like their chocolate chip cookies really good, but it just tastes it tastes like a sea salt cookie. They're undercooked. I like that. I kind of want it to be a little doughy, you know, like they take it out a little early.
It's just a giant over-frosted cookie. And they're heavy. Like, you can't casually eat crumble 2 bites in and you're already tapping out.
I could throw 10 of those. I could get down. Now, I would feel so guilty, but that's a crazy statement to say. I could get 10 crumble cookies down, no problem. Maybe not 10. Chat, how many crumble cookies do you think you could eat in one sitting? The most I've ever eaten in one sitting is 2. And I felt like shit after, I'll say that. I had it was like an anchor in my stomach, but because it's just like dense dough is what it feels like. I think I could eat 4. I think I could eat a set of 4 crumble cookies. The last 1.5 would be bad, though. I think I could truck through 2.5, no problem. Then once I hit around the 2,000 calorie wall, I'd be like, yeah, this is not good anymore. I have always wanted to, though, at some point in my life, just say fuck it and do like a beard meets food type thing. I want to eat really healthy for a month and then one day just eat an entire cheesecake. I would love that. And then I would hate it by the end of it, and I could go another month. That's how I'm perceiving it, right? I eat really healthy for a month straight. And then I just sit down and I eat 5,000 calories worth of brownies. And then by the last one, I'm like, I hate this. And then but I enjoy the experience, and then I just do the same thing over and over again.
Some of them push 700 to 800 calories.
Look at that! 40 grams of saturated fat, 110 grams of sugar, 220 milligrams of cholesterol. Oh my God. And then you have that one dumbass that's like, 15 grams of protein, though. I eat a lot of protein. You're a dumbass.
That's not a snack. That's a full meal disguised as a dessert. What usually happens is...
For those of you that don't know, saturated fat is what fucking clogs your arteries. Like, there's things that have saturated fat that aren't bad for you, like nuts, like eggs, and other things. But 40 grams of saturated fat, bro, if you ate like that every day for like 10 years, you would die.
Is you buy a box, you try a couple flavors, you post it on your story, and then half of them end up in the fridge until they harden into hockey pucks. Crumble isn't really a...
Oh, I never put them in the fridge. Are you supposed to? I just leave them out. But I finish them in like 3 days.
Food, it's more of an activity. And the fans that treat the weekly flavors like...
I love when I get them, but I get mad when I get them. Is that a something that makes sense? Like, there's been times where Brooks got me crumble cookies, and I'm very happy about it. But in the back of my head, I'm like, damn, I know I'm going to eat all of these. And then you feel guilty about, like, eating all of them, you know?
Oh my God, Fruity Pebble cheesecake is back. Cool, but it still tastes like every other crumble flavor. Sugar, stacked on sugar, with some cereal thrown on top. So, yeah, crumble isn't terrible, but it's nowhere near worth the hype. It's like...
Bro, just get four chocolate chip cookies. That's all you need.
Next up is matcha. Matcha went from being a traditional Japanese tea to TikTok's favorite personality trait.
Yeah, I gotta let you know something, man. I'm a matcha now, man. I like this shit. It's cooler, it's smoother, it's matcha.
Well, isn't most matcha that they sell at like Starbucks and other places not really like authentic matcha? It's just like flavor blasted full of sugar and other shit. Like, it's not real. Like, you're not just drinking straight up matcha. You're drinking like the Americanized version of matcha.
Every influencer is holding a $7 green latte like it's liquid enlightenment. And here's the thing, it looks cool in photographs, it looks nice, but the matcha that most people drink tastes like chalky grass. Like, let's be real, half the matcha lovers aren't in it for the flavor, they're in it for the aesthetic. It's the official drink of...
It's not even in it for the flavor. Like, I don't drink matcha, but I like other teas. I like shit that tastes bad but makes me feel healthy. Like, that's a bad way to gauge some things, but generally speaking, I think the worse something tastes, the better it is for you. Like kale or spinach. Like stuff like that. Oh, that's disgusting, but it's really good for me. What about vodka? Okay, no. Never mind, you have fucking thrown a wrench in my wheel. My entire theory has been disproven. I am wrong, and I will admit that. One word, you just disproved me. Yeah, vodka's bad for you, and it tastes like shit.
I need to look productive in a coffee shop. And the way it's marketed is hilarious. People act like matcha is a miracle potion. You know, it boosts energy, clears your skin. It adds 5 years to your life. Meanwhile, you're drinking 2 scoops of green powder whipped into milk and sugar. Like, that's not skincare. Again, that's just like diet Starbucks. It also got TikTokified into everything. Matcha cake, matcha donuts, matcha ice cream, matcha protein bars. At this point, matcha isn't even tea.
Matcha protein bar? That sounds fucking gross.
It's like a flavor filter that brands slap on products to upcharge you $3. So, like I said, it's like crumble. It isn't awful, but I hate that it's just plastered everywhere and it's been made into everything that it's not, like cookies and ice cream, you know, just let it be tea. Also, we need to stop pretending that it's some divine superfood, you know.
Well, I think matcha is kind of taking the place of pumpkin spice to a degree. I think matcha is kind of like a trend flavor that will kind of fade in and out of existence depending on the season and the vibe. It's not really, and I think, yeah, people do like it because they think they're being healthy, and most people don't understand how to read, like, a label.
Most of it tastes like lawn clippings with oat milk. The thing about matcha, too, is it didn't just become a drink trend, it also downgraded into straight brain rot. Like, people will just say matcha out loud the same way they spam skibbity or gyat. No context, no setup, just random noise to fill space. Like,
yeah, a random noise to fill space, I think that's really like the 6-7 meme. Really like the 6-7 meme. I genuinely believe there are like 30% of Gen Alpha kids that probably sit alone in their room and just go 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7, 6-7. And they just like spam say it. When you have like a song stuck in your head, it's just like the demons in the back of their brain are just like forcing them to have 6-7 as the front of their mind for the next 2 years before it is so burnt out that their neuro connections can't stand the fucking thought of 6-7. I saw somebody the other day in my chat say, why don't you lean into the meme? And I thought about it for a bit, but I don't think anybody would recognize that I was doing that. They would just think I'm cringe. I really think I could do what teachers do to their students and make things really cringe. Like, I could lean into the I've been in the hills joke. I could lean into the 6-7 meme, like, so heavily that it ruins it. But I should have done that, like, years ago, you know? It's too late now. Because then it would be obvious that I'm leaning into it for the purpose of people stopping. Please do it. No, I would hate it. Dude, realize that if I had to lean into that meme, the entire month of me having to fucking nonstop be like, 607, 67, 67, 67, 67, 67, and just fucking like actually act like I enjoy the meme, it would be unbearable.
You'll see a video of someone's cat knocking over a cup, and someone will just write out matcha. Like, again, like, it just means nothing. It's just the internet's new sound button. That's how you know a word has officially died, when it stops being used for its real meaning and starts getting thrown around as noise. It's cooked when matcha went from a tea to a meme to brain rot in under a year. At this point, people don't even drink it anymore. They just yell it like it's an inside joke with the entire internet. All right, next we got to talk about the Stanley Cup craze. So this was literally...
Oh, no, Kim Kardashian did kind of ruin the 6-7 meme on Jimmy Fallon. I will say that. Did y'all see that clip? Because it was so pre-staged, and she goes, 6-7? And Jimmy goes, oh. And she goes, I brought it back. I'm Kim Kardashian. You know what else I'm bringing back? And then she dabbed. And I think part of my brain died for like a few days after that.
We got to talk about the Stanley Cup craze. So this was literally...
Stanley Cup craze can be boiled down to just any fucking mug, whether it be Yeti, Hydro Flask, or Stanley Cups. There's always a phase going on with, like, what type of insulative cup you have, and that changes every year.
Just a water bottle, but the internet turned it into a cult. People lining up outside of Target at 6 a.m. like it's the PS5 drop, all for a cup with a handle. The funniest part is, it's not even special, doesn't make the water taste better, doesn't hydrate you faster.
It's a part of an aesthetic. It's the kids specifically want it so they could go to school and with their fucking 42-ounce Dunkin' coffee. Meanwhile, they don't need that much coffee. They're going, and twirling it the whole time. It's a flex. How's it a flex? It's a cup.
It's just one big old cup. But because TikTok decided that it was aesthetic, now you've got moms brawling in the aisle over pastel colors. The resale market is even worse.
I would love to get in a fist fight on Black Friday with a random family. I think that's on my bucket list. To just go to a Black Friday with no goal outside of, like, picking a fight with a random person over an item that I don't care about. Like, them really freaking out about, like, the good deal on a toaster, and then me just having to, like, fucking throw down with a dad. Like, he's like, dude, I need this. It's 42% off. I'm like, well, I need it. It's the best way to toast your bread. And then we just fucking, you would get your ass whooped? Oh, yeah, I think he'd lay me out. I think an old man would kick my ass. Dude, because you got to think, if you're going to Black Friday for a 40% off toaster, you want that toaster. You're there for that toaster. Nothing's stopping you of getting that.
People are flipping limited edition Stanleys for triple the price. Imagine explaining to someone that you just paid $200 for a thermos. Bro, you could have gone to Walmart and bought a Hydro Flask for $20. Same result, less embarrassment. And don't get me wrong, like, the cups are fine. They hold the water. They keep it cold. But people act like owning one is, it's like a personality thing now. I'm a Stanley girl. No, you're hydrated. At this point, the Stanley Cup is not a water bottle. It's just like a status symbol. The cup isn't even about holding water. It's about holding clout. So luckily
off topic, it made me think about this because of the way they had it set up, like Yankee Candle. That's the one store I could never work at. A Yankee Candle. I feel like I would get migraines working at that store. Or like the fucking perfume section of like a Boscov's, having to just constantly be around like 85 different pungent smells for 8 hours at a time.
A symbol.
What is that? A candle store. Like, the candles are really good, but like a candle, like a Bath and Body Works, or just any place where they're selling like scented soaps and candles and shit. Like, I could not do that.
Cup isn't even about holding water. It's about holding clout. So luckily this one's kind of died out. It was a lot bigger in 2024, but nonetheless, it was definitely a ridiculous time. And then there's the Labubu. These creepy little guys.
The Labubu is the next, like, shitty... I think the Labubu is going to fall off in a month. I think it already has, if I'm being honest. Like, people don't really make many Labubu videos anymore. I think it was, like, a fun summer trend. But in, like, a month or so... I know people are like, yoo-hoo, because of the fucking Juicy Jacobs video. But I think Labubus as a whole, like, nobody really cares about. It's just, like, a hype thing. LeBron had one. Yeah, and celebrities extend the hype of that product for a bit. But, like... in about a week, LeBron's going to go, nah, this shit's lame. I have a Labubu on my bag. He's going to take it off, and then the trend's dead.
Goblin dolls that somehow turned into the new status symbol. They started just as collectible toys.
It's fucking weird how a lot of what is deemed popular or enjoyable today, product or game-wise, is entirely based on the content creation around it. Like, a lot of games will die off if content dies off. Sometimes it's the reverse, right? Like, from a gaming perspective. Like, some games die, and then the content creation also dies, but there's a lot of games that are, like, games and things in general, where it's like, if creators are constantly posting things about how they enjoy this, then it's immediately a trend, right? Because if you're, like, an influencing 28-year-old woman that is very trendy, right? And you have the best fashion sense and you know what's most popular and companies are paying you, or you're just authentically creating content for Labubu's or whatever the fuck you want to talk about, all of your audience is going to go, this is what's cool, I'm going to do this. And the second you stop, they're going, this shit's lame, I don't want to do this. So they kind of control the market in that sense. That's why they get paid so much, even though they're short-form creators, because, like, these companies know if they promote their products, like, they're going to fucking pop off. Especially with, like, the consumerism with, like, K-pop artists and shit is insane.
From Pop Mart.
Like, if your favorite K-pop artist loves Labubu's, you love Labubu's.
But now people treat them like designer bags. Whole adults are lining up, dropping hundreds, fighting over blind boxes to get a bug-eyed gremlin with fangs. The hype is insane. Celebrities started posting them, and suddenly everyone's like, OMG, I need a Labubu. Need? Bro, you are 30 years old. Why are you beefing with middle schoolers over a toy that looks like it crawled out of a gas station claw machine? This also has one of the most absurd resale markets. People are flipping these things for hundreds of dollars. Some are going for thousands. Imagine paying fucking rent money for a plushie that looks like a Furby on bath salts. And the collectors act like it's culture. They'll be like, no, you don't get it. It's about the art. No, bro, you're gambling on blind boxes until you finally pull the rare one. It's not art.
Well, it's weird because millennials are the ones that have the money to do it. So it seems really lame that, like, 30-year-olds are the ones that are, like, getting into Labubu trends and matcha and all this other shit. But it's like everybody else is broke. So I'm not saying everyone, but, like, the majority of people in, like, their 20s don't have money, and they don't have money to spend. But 30-year-olds are in the midst of their job. They've gotten raises. They've gotten better jobs. They make more money than teenagers, obviously, or 20-year-olds, and they're not paying off student loans as much. They might have completed them. A lot of them don't, but I'm saying a lot of the people do. They have, spending money. They have a partner. They live in one home, but they don't have kids. So now they just have a pool of money to spend on whatever they want, and so they just find random things that they enjoy and just start spamming purchases on it. And then it's like they carry those trends.
Art. It's like Pokemon cards.
In like 5 years, that'll be Gen Z. 10 years, that'll be Gen Z.
For cornballs. Labubus aren't cute, they aren't luxury, they aren't culture, they are overpriced gremlins that TikTok convince you to worship. This product might have had one of the fastest deaths I've ever seen, though. Like,
majority? I'm not saying majority. I'm saying the majority of millennials will have more money to spend than Gen Zers on stuff because they'll have more money.
The hype died so fast on these. For a month straight, they were everywhere. Blind boxes were sold out instantly. Resellers were charging crazy money for them. People were clipping them to their bags like trophies. But just as fast as it blew up, it vanished. Nobody cares anymore. You don't see the posts. You don't see the lines outside Pop Mart. And those rare ones that people spent hundreds on, they are collecting dust on the shelves. It's the same life cycle as almost every overhyped product. They skyrocket because TikTok and then crash the second the next shiny thing comes out. Labubu went from the Grail collectible to a random plushie in record time. Now let's talk about Prime.
We got Prime.
Dude, Prime was so popular with, like, active promotion. Prime in the media space is dying off for sure. I feel like it's just, do you guys buy Prime? Like, be real. Nobody's gonna make fun of you. Do you buy Prime? Do you actively buy Prime? No. Like, it's, I not even that, like, oh, I'm buying Gatorade, right? Like, I'm not buying a competitor of Prime either. I'm just not buying energy hydration drinks. Like, I'm just gonna drink water. If I'm being honest, like, I'm either drinking something that's caffeinated and gonna get me wired, or I'm drinking water. And if I'm drinking neither of those, and I'm drinking something that's flavored, I'm not drinking a hydration sports drink. I'm going to drink like an ice or like a soda or something like that.
Prime, boys. We got Prime. We got Prime, boys.
Bro, that era where, like, kids this age were collecting Prime bottles and putting, like, LED lights in them, and it was, like, what they had as their collection by, like, their gaming console. They're like, yeah, I've had every flavor. I've had lemon. I've had grape. I've had blue raz. I've had glowberry. I've had ice pop. I've had the USA red, white, and blue flavor. Like, oh my God. Collect the Prime bottles. I mean, I used to collect, like, soda bottles and glass bottles and stuff. Everybody goes through that weird phase when they're a kid. Oh, no, not everybody. But did you guys go through a phase where you collected random shit that didn't really matter in hindsight? Like silly bands? silly bands or bottles or rocks or something that you thought was valuable that really had no meaning outside of what you attach to it, which is life in general, really. You know, it's what you make of it. But feathers, yeah, soda tabs. Whenever I feel like once you hit like 8 years old, you're just like, wow, I really love blank. And then you just kind of like get obsessed with that for a year. And then you're just like, dude, one day I gained consciousness and I was like, why do I have so many fucking glass bottles in my room? And I just threw them all out. Not even because somebody made fun of them. I was just like, I don't want these anymore.
Now listen, let's be real, Prime is dead, but when it launched, it was everywhere. Kids were hoarding it, stores were selling out, people were paying scalper prices for plastic bottles of candy water. Logan Paul and KSI had half the world convinced that Prime was the second coming of Gatorade, but now, nobody cares. The shelves are full, the hype is gone, and the only people still drinking it are middle schoolers who think that the ice pop flavor makes them athletes. And honestly, it was never that good to begin with. Every flavor tasted like liquid Jolly Rancher.
Me with Gatorade shoes, holy fuck. When I was a kid, those Gatorade shoes, I fully believed they fucking made me faster. I genuinely thought, I was like, this is actually upping my athletic abilities. If I eat a Gatorade shoe and then go run, I will perform better.
You drink half a bottle and instantly feel your teeth start dissolving. It wasn't.
You would believe that? I remember I had a classmate. One of the earliest memories I ever had, I've told this before, preschool. I raced a kid named Tyrone in my class. He was very cool. And he had Nike sneakers. I had Skechers. And he tried to convince me that the Nike swoosh physically made him faster. And I was like, no, it doesn't. He said, yes, it does. And that was the extent of the conversation. Then we raced and I won. Barely, though. We ran like 20 meters because we were 5. We ran literally like 20 yards, like 60 feet. And it was like, I beat him by like a foot. And I was like, yeah, guess that proves it. Me being a scientist back then.
Hydration, it was just influencer juice. The label might have said
How do you remember this? Dude, I remember gym class too. We used to have these stretchy bands in preschool. I used to cry in the corner because I would miss my mom. And I would I literally can picture the room in my brain. I would walk in through the wooden door. I would immediately pivot to the left, sit in like the panic corner, and just go for like 30 minutes. And then randomly, this one, she was like a big lady. She was very sweet. She came over. She'd be like, are you okay, honey? I go, no. She would go, do you want to, like, join the other kids? And I go, yeah. And then I would get up and I would deal with it. Then I'd be fine. It would be every day. Literally every day. I would cry. I remember 3rd grade. I had to transfer schools. And I told my mom, like, she dropped me off and I was like, I'm going to throw up. I was like, I can't do this. I can't do this. I was so afraid of people. I was so introverted. And that was for like a good portion of my life.
Hydration drink, but the ingredient list said pre-diabetes in a bottle. The funniest part was the resale craze. People were...
During preschool, we got to get back to the video. I'm sorry. During recess, I used to sit up on a hill by a tree and I would watch everybody. And I talked about that before. And I would also sometimes sing to myself. I would be like, I want to go home. I remember that. It was so cringe looking back at it. But I used to like just say, I want to go home. Like over and over. I would be like, dude, this sucks. I want to be playing the game. And then I would get home and I would play fucking Paper Mario for like hours. And I would just get stuck on the same spot. Super Mario Sunshine. I would be gaming.
Paying $20 to $30 a bottle during the peak. Imagine telling your kids that you spent sneaker money on a Logan Paul Kool-Aid. This thing was a total fad, and now it's sitting in clearance aisle right next to Bang Energy. I definitely didn't get to all the overhyped product.
Bang Energy. Bro, y'all remember the TikTok era where Bang Energy would be like, so don't you, it'd be like POV, the kid obsessed with Bang in school. It would always be like a fucking skit centered around Bang. So I've been drinking my super creatine lately. I'd be like, bro, this is clearly an ad. That or the coldest water bottle, just over and over again.
It's in this video. So
when I saw somebody with a Bang thing, though, I knew they had to like post multiple times per month, but they were getting a bag. Like if you were a bang guy, you were probably getting paid, if I had to guess, probably like $3 or $4K a month just to like promo bang. Coldest water bottle, bro, you're probably getting paid $100 to post like 10 videos. So when I saw somebody post a video with the coldest water bottle in the back, I was like, this motherfucker got scammed. This motherfucker got scammed. The coldest water bottle.
So if this video gets...
Didn't you do that one? No. I applied to be a bang creator, though. I'm happy they didn't accept me. Or they just left me on red. They never responded. At the time, I wanted to promote bang, even though I was like, this is a shitty product, because I had no money. I had no money. I was broke. I had just quit at GNC. I probably had like 300K on TikTok. And I was like, bro, there's a chance. There's a chance. There was not a chance. And I'm happy because looking back at it, that shit was dog ass. G Fuel, I did work with G Fuel for a bit. But that was different. And that was like a stream YouTube thing.
10,000 likes, I will do a part 2. Let me know what I missed down in the comments.
Oh, what did he just say, though?
$20 to $30
about Prime?
Bottle during the peak. Imagine telling your kids that you spent sneaker money on a Logan Paul Kool-Aid. This thing was a total fad, and now it's sitting in clearance aisle right next to Bang Energy. I definitely didn't get to all the overhyped products in this video, so if...
Do you think when we're older and we have kids and they come to us and they're like, Dad, or like, Mom, I need money for this, do you think we'll understand their mindset? Because I'm assuming the trends are going to change even more to like weird shit. I don't know. It's because like you got to think your parents looking at you, like if you don't have millennial parents, your parents looking at you and being like, I want $20 to buy this Fortnite skin. Like they're looking at you like you're crazy, right? Like what is wrong? Why do you care about that? I look at that and I'm like, okay, it makes sense. I like buying video game skins, right? Even though it is, I know I could recognize that it's a stupid spending of money. It's like, I enjoy that. I just wonder when we're older, if we're going to look back at that and it be even weirder, right? Like your kid coming to you and being like, I need $40 for this. And I'm going to be like, bro, who cares? Like, why do you want that? I don't know. That was a fucking fire video, though. Cheats makes good content. But I got to piss real quick, actually. Count me down 30 seconds. I stealth camped outside North Korea. This is Jack's last video. This is Jack Pembroke's last ever video because now he's probably in the hands. I have no idea how this was uploaded on YouTube because this was probably taken moments before North Korean soldiers captured him.
The most militarized and dangerous country in the world. All along the border, there's numerous guard towers and constant armed military surveillance.
Also, mines. Jack, if you're camping outside the North Korean border, you could very well step on a Korean war mine that has been there for 50 years. Like, you might actually die.
Making it near impossible to go unseen. And yes, the title is real. I'm actually going to attempt to stealth camp at the North Korean border. What the heck? I think this is an actual military bunker. Kim Jong-un.
This is so scary to do. I think anything where you're trespassing in a foreign country is terrifying. Can I say that? Not even the fact that it's North Korea. Like, trespass, like he does a lot of videos where he's like stealth camping in Alcatraz and all this other place. And that's like, you know, scary because you're not supposed to be there, but you're in the US. So like worst case, you know, they fine you, you get a slap on the wrists and, you know, you fucking go about your day. Here, even if he's in South Korea, like you could fucking get in so much trouble for like trying to get close to the border.
And our journey begins in South Korea. I'm going to the border.
Border?
You're telling the random South Korean Uber driver or taxi guy, I'm going to be running into North Korea today. Any tips? Do you think I should bring anything with me? I don't know how long the journey's going to be.
Is it scary? Anahaseo YouTubeo. Pretty sure that means hello YouTube in Korean. Before I go to bed, there's a few things I haven't told you guys. Tomorrow morning, we are going to the North Korea border. More specifically,
I feel like he's got to be, before he actually says where he's going, there's no shot he's going to, like, the demilitarized zone. Or, you know what I mean? Like, or whatever it's called. That area, no, it's not demilitarized. Where is that what it's called? Where they just stand there? The soldiers, and they just watch each other on both sides. They never speak to each other, but they just stare at each other, and they've done that at the fucking 39th parallel or whatever it is. Yeah, the DMZ, it is the demilitarized zone. For like years. 38th parallel, not 39th. There's no way he's going there because there's so many people there. I feel like he's going to be going to some random fence that's just like posted up along the border.
demilitarized.
I'm going to say this, and this is going to sound stupid. I think it's hard to escape North Korea. I feel like it's probably not that hard to get into it. Do you agree? If I was in South Korea, which I've never been, so this is literally me just saying this off of, you know, pure Jobart ego speculation, I feel like it's probably as simple as just running across. Like, I don't think they would stop me. North Korea would accept. Oh, do you think they would shoot you? What if I had like a body pillow of Kim Jong-un with like hard eyes, and I was like, I love Kim Jong-un, please. And then I run in. Like, are they shooting me? Especially if I come, bro. Like, I would enter like here. If this is my strategy, if I ever had to invade North Korea, I would not enter in the demilitarized zone, like that central point that everybody goes and visits tourist-wise. I'm going to some random-ass spot, and I'm just running across.
North and South Korea.
You'd get kidnapped and interrogated. And then I would say that I just love North Korean culture. More people are trying to budget their spending than ever. But even with the tightest budget, you still need to make room for the essentials like gas, groceries, and an occasional eating out. And with the Upside app, you can earn cash back every single time you spend. With over 100,000 participating locations, Upside users earn over $1 million in cash back every single week. And all you got to do is open the Upside app, claim an offer, and pay like normal. And it doesn't interfere with other credit card rewards or loyalty programs that you have, meaning you're just getting cash back on top of what you already have. The average Upside user earns $290 in cash back annually, meaning if you don't currently use Upside, you're just missing out on extra cash you could get back. I get the most out of Upside at gas stations. I'm constantly traveling for social media and vlogging and other stuff. And so when I'm at gas stations, it's easiest for me to just input it on the Upside app, pay to fill up my car, and get some cash back in the process. Upside has given $1 billion back to its users. To find out how much you could earn, download the free Upside app and use promo code JOEB to get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That is an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas using promo code JOEB. Sign up for Upside. Link in the description. Thank you to Upside for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it.
This is the closest you can get to North Korea. So as you can imagine,
I just moon one of the soldiers. He's standing in the T-pose. I'm like, hey.
On Earth. This is the closest you can get to North Korea. So as you can imagine, they're very strict with their rules. Not just anybody can go to the DMZ. I had to book a private tour weeks in advance.
$45,000? Oh, 30 US dollars. Huh. I didn't see the parentheses.
Just to go see this place. All of these factors really stress me out considering the goals I have planned for tomorrow. 1. Spread propaganda.
Oh, that's
I want
awesome.
to absolutely tarnish this man Kim's name, and I want to do it as close to him as possible. I even had some custom...
Jack, this is the worst idea I've ever seen. This is... Bro, Otto Warmbier, while he was in North Korea, literally got turned... They killed him. They made him brain dead in North Korea.
Propaganda post
for taking a poster, let alone spreading propaganda.
Posters made. 2. Scout the area and get an idea of where I can...
Oh my god, he's gonna wear a ghillie suit? Bro, you're gonna get sniped.
Actually stealth camp. The goal is to be able to see the North Korea border right where I'm sleeping. And 3, don't get caught or shot. This actually might be the hardest part. I can't believe I'm actually doing this. I think I've been more anxious the past few weeks than I have my entire life. just from anticipating tomorrow. This will be my last night in an actual...
This is purely free will here, Jack. No, this is entirely optional. You came up with the video idea to stealth camp in South Korea on the border and booked your flight. And then you're sitting here like, damn, I really don't want to do this.
I'm gonna try to get some sleep, and tomorrow we'll be sleeping at the North Korea border.
Is this the video you're in? Chat, what are you doing if you see him stealth camping and across the way in North Korea, I'm in the video and I'm just standing there?
If you're wondering why it's still dark outside, it's 5 a.m. Let's get dressed. I called myself an Uber to take me to the pickup spot for the tour, which was at this random train station.
Yo, I'm so calling a Waymo and just redirecting it to Pyongyang. I'm putting that shit in. I'm going, take me to Pyongyang. The Waymo just starts freaking out. It's like, error, error.
Oh, hello. Yes. Yes.
Oh my God, this random man just knows Jack.
Jack Pembroke.
Oh no, he's the Uber driver. I thought he was a fan. I'd be like, it's me. I'm going to North Korea today.
This guy I've never met before rushed me into a van full of other people I've never met before. He said if we weren't on time, the military literally wouldn't let us in, so we were already in a rush. Okay. That is our tour guide, I'm pretty sure. Oh, we're getting on a bus. So we're loaded up into this bus with a bunch of other people, and this is when we meet our tour guide, Kelly.
We can stay at the DMZ for 3 hours.
She tells us
He just starts asking outlandish questions. So if you, sorry, Kelly, if somebody, just were to try and run across the border, like what would happen? I mean, I'm just spitballing here. Like if I were to wear maybe like a bubble armor and sprint really fast and kind of like dodge, would their outdated weapons kill me, or?
We're gonna have 3 different stops in the DMZ. As we got closer to the border, I could genuinely feel the intensity of what we were doing. I started to see Korean military like every mile, and I had that weird nervous feeling in my stomach. As we were pulling up to the entrance, Kelly told us,
When we get to the DMZ, we have to pass through the military checkpoint. The South Korean soldiers will check 3 kinds of your information.
which obviously made me feel uneasy knowing I had a bunch of propaganda posters.
Just shoved right up his ass, too. Jackie, you got to keister that shit. They're going to be patting you down, man.
In my backpack.
Okay, we're almost here, military checkpoint.
Bathroom!
From now on, all the photo, all the video, not allowed.
I snuck a video.
Oh, shit. He walks by me, I go.
Thankfully, we were granted access and we breezed through the military checkpoint. As we drove further and further, we crossed what was the previous border into North Korea and kept going until we were technically no longer in South Korea. All right, we're getting off the bus.
Wait, no longer in South Korea. Oh, wait, the DMZ is literally an area that's not owned by either country. I thought that there was just a gap that they wouldn't enter. I didn't know they still, they're not in South Korea anymore. He's gonna try and not catch the bus back? Jack, this is even worse. Jack, they've bussed you into the demilitarized zone and he's gonna try and stay? I thought that this was just like, I thought you'd be able to walk up there. You gotta pass through a military checkpoint and he's gonna try and fucking ditch the group and go camp in the woods?
We're here. Oh my gosh, we're here. At our first stop, we were immediately rushed into a theater to watch a video.
Although North and South Korea established their own.
This would be really funny if you had Jack on Find My iPhone and you knew he was doing this video. So you just start spam calling him when it's 2 a.m. and he's trying to be quiet. It's fuck, my phone keeps ringing.
Governments after World War II. The peace didn't last long.
This was really weird feeling, and I started to stress about scouting the surrounding area and making sure I get these posters up, because that's like the entire reason.
Bro, Jack, this isn't fucking Disney World, bro. This is the demilitarized zone.
And we're here, but Kelly made sure that everyone stayed next to her at all times and was constantly doing head counts. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. We all entered a room and were told to gear up for an old underground tunnel. This tunnel is extremely...
Jack just goes in the bathroom and blows up like a sex doll to sit in his chair. The guy next to him, he's like, don't fucking say anything. Puts there, jumps out the window.
Old and was originally built by South Korea to invade North Korea. While everybody was getting in line, I knew this could be my chance to break away from the group. I think I'm gonna try to dip out that door. And so without wasting
any God, he's actually gonna try and dip.
Time, I took my chance. This is so sketchy. I've broken away from the group. I gotta keep this low key. I don't even know where I am right now, dude. What the heck? Okay, I think they could be back any minute now, so I'm gonna attempt to find somewhere to put our first poster up. Gotta look for a good spot. I think right here on this pillar would be a perfect spot. As I was getting the posters out of my bag, I spotted a staff member just behind me. And sure enough, as I was taping the poster... How you doing? Oh, it's just video. Yeah. Yeah. I think this guy definitely knew I wasn't supposed to be there, so I had to make this quick.
What is the propaganda that he has? Like an AI-generated, like, femboy Kim Jong-un or something? Big red YouTube arrow. Kim Jong-un does have a butthole! Oh my God, is it that he made Labubu's?
Come on.
Kim Jong-un, what does that say? Kim Jong-un has a $1.2 million Labubu collection.
Our first poster is up. Kim Jong-un has a $1.2 billion Labubu collection.
By Rap TV.
I mean, if this isn't the most embarrassing thing to be known for, I don't know what is. That's right, Kim. You can't stop me.
Do I still have my fake? Oh, I do. I got scammed out of this. This is a fake fucking Labubu. Imagine I found like a wire.
Oh, no.
I just check one thing.
Check it?
Yep.
I would just say no.
I mean, just delete it, please.
Yeah, I can delete it.
Okay, just deleting the recent deletes as well.
Yeah, I was just talking to you guys about potential sleep spots around the DMZ, not even in the DMZ, and a military soldier came up to me and made me delete the footage. I got a clip of him as I was walking away. This is insane, bruh. After almost being late to catch the
Why are you not allowed to film the other side?
bus, we made our way to stop number...
Like, why is that bad? It's just woods. It's not... Like, there's not people on the other side, like, facing them in that area.
2, the observatory. I believe this is, like, the closest you can get to North Korea. The vibes are pretty tense. This is apparently where you can actually see North Korea. So I'm thinking this could be a perfect opportunity to scout a sleep spot for later tonight. And once at the top, despite all of the no filming restrictions, I captured this. You are looking at North Korea. Fun fact, that's a propaganda town. Nobody actually lives there, and it's completely fake. This was one of the weirdest, most surreal feelings looking into this.
That's such a stupid thing. Like, hey, Kim Jong-un, instead of making an entire town that's fake to make it seem like your country doesn't suck ass, maybe make your country not suck ass. Isn't it almost around equal effort to put up infrastructure to make it seem like you're housing a town of 50,000 people, then, like, I don't know, put that money towards, like, not having your people starve or, you know, not putting them in prison camps. It's like, what are we fucking doing?
This extremely mysterious and dangerous country, which means we've never...
You see, he, I don't know if this is real news or not, but I've been seeing that he is, like, claiming that his daughter will be the next ruler after him. And I'm curious to see if she will be uber dictator like him, like mega dictator. Like, do you think she'll be worse? She's worse? Bro, she's not going to be leader for like another 20 years. You know what I mean?
Never been closer
There's
to
no way she'll be worse.
my enemy, Kim. I need to put up another propaganda
No way.
poster. This wall right here would be perfect.
Oh my god, is that Ice Spice?
Poster number 2. Oh my god. Kim Jong-un reportedly has a baby on the way with Ice Spice. People walk down this every couple minutes. Sure, hundreds of people are going to be able to enjoy this. Sorry, Kim. Except I wasn't sorry because I was far from done here. But when I saw that they had security cameras that were being watched around every single corner, I knew I had to be quick. But luckily, Kim can't run fast anyways. But before leaving, the bathroom...
What do you mean? Kim is the strongest person in the entire world. Kim is not even human, the feats that he's able to accomplish. I mean, Kim could probably run a 100-meter in about 4 seconds.
Was just calling to me. All right, guys, I'm here in the bathroom.
Kim invented the hamburger? No, his father invented the hamburger.
And I couldn't help but think that...
Kim invented the smash burger, a smash hit of the original. Huh.
I think this place needs a little bit of decorating. This might just be my best work.
I love to eat poop. See, that's fucking hilarious. Bruce put that in the bathroom. I wonder if like a worker sees that, if they take, I feel like they have to take it down.
This is a real quote. He actually said that. Okay, I'm gonna leave this here and I'm gonna get out of this bathroom. Poopy phase, poopy phase. I must have lost track of time here because I was called by Kelly and told that everyone was waiting for me and I was late for the bus. And due to military regulations, we needed to leave now.
Oh, he was mad late. Yo, it was a mile away.
Also had to apologize to everyone for being late. I'm sorry. Our third and final
Please say sorry for everyone. Nah, that's humiliating. Oh my God. The tour guide goes, say sorry.
Stop was a small village in the DMZ. People that are handpicked by the military are able to live in this town for free. They even have their own emergency bunkers in case, you know, Kim decides to launch any of his thousands of missiles pointed directly at South Korea. Upon arrival, I was shocked to see a gift.
Dude, I wonder what Kim eats on like an average day. Like, do you think there has to be a time where Kim Jong-un has like genuinely paid somebody to like fly McDonald's over the border? He eats poop, a lot of poop. Dude, Kim Jong-un probably is the nastiest shits. Like, I mean, just imagine that. Kim with his slicked back hair, he like stumbles out of bed like naked and he's like, oh, runs to the bathroom in his like golden toilet, heated floor. While everybody around him is starving, and he's just fucking lighting that shit up.
Shop, and even more shocked to see what
pounds of cheese
look like North Korean money. That's from North Korea. Yeah. Just hit a lick on Kim Jong-un. It's your money, bro. Everyone's inside right now getting souvenirs, but I'm out here because I have 2 more pieces of propaganda to spread. I'm gonna try to slowly make my way away from the tour bus.
Wait, you can buy? Sorry, I just zoned out. You could buy North Korean money. That's fucking sick. Like, I would pay like $100 for that.
I have 2 more pieces of propaganda to spread. I'm gonna try to slowly make my way away from the tour bus. This is so freaking sketchy. I don't know what this is right here. See if I can go through here. Okay, it's like a boarded up house. Okay, the bus is over there. I'm gonna try to put a poster up right here. I'm also noticing all around the DMZ is pretty much woods. So if I can get near that fence, anywhere around the DMZ, that would be right next to the border. There we go, baby. Kim Jong-un spotted on a romantic date with influencer Jack Doherty. No one would have ever thought something like...
Nobody's gonna understand this, though. The other ones, The other one, somebody from South Korea might know, like, who Ice Spice is. They're going to be like, who the fuck is Jack Doherty?
Like this would be this close to the North Korea border, and that poster lives on forever. With one more poster left, I was feeling good. But as I was leaving, I forgot to realize that somebody lives in this house. And the owner of the house happened to come home right after I put the poster up.
What happens if you're at the DMZ and you just, like, throw some shit into the other border?
Oh my gosh, he's gonna
Wait, somebody lives there?
see it. Oh, no. Oh my god, he's gonna see it right now. I knew I could be caught here in any moment, and our last stop was coming to an end. Okay, I hope that's not for me. So I speed ran to put up our 5th and final poster. Here's our
Who is that? Is that Kim?
last poster. Skims? More like Kim's.
Skims with Kim.
Yeah, this is Kim Jong-un's face on Kim Kardashian's body. I don't know. This is what I could come up with. Before I knew it, the bus was ready to depart and I was out of there without getting caught. But as far as I know, I could still have a warrant out for my arrest from the
Do you think Kim knows what Ozempic is?
Korean military. And all I could think of the entire way home is that we still need a sleep spot.
I feel like yeah, but I don't think he doesn't work out. So I think it's like honestly, I think it's probably like a physical intimidation thing for him because he's kind of short. So it's a physical intimidation thing for him to be big. But because like if he lost weight, he wouldn't work out. So he would just look like bad.
For tonight. This was going to be a lot
You think he looks maxes? Yeah. I think he jelks a lot.
more difficult than I ever would have anticipated. As much as that tour was a success because we spread all the propaganda we wanted, it was cut a bit short and we weren't able to do what we really came here for, which is find a place to stealth camp. So we're gonna have to do some scouting on our own terms.
You don't want to know.
I'm hopping on Google Maps and I'm gonna try to find a weak point right next to the border where hopefully we can actually see North Korea. I feel like there's gotta be an area we can sneak into. I scoured Google Maps.
Yo, what's crazy is like there is a chance that like Kim Jong-un is actually like a gooner and like subscribed to like people's OnlyFans. And you just wouldn't know. Like imagine being an OnlyFans model and like there being an off chance that like Kim pays for your shit.
For hours studying the surrounding area of the DMZ. I was limited by Google Street View and blocked off military property.
He watched the movie The Interview. I always wonder what his face was because Kim's seen the movie. I know there was the interview was so bad that, or not bad, like not the movie was bad. The interview, like propaganda was so bad that they wouldn't show it in theaters because like North Koreans were threatening them. So I'm like, Kim probably watched the movie and the whole time was just like. Also, it's like, I truly believe that they probably like filter and moderate every piece of media that's about North Korea. Like there's probably not Kim, but there's probably a North Korean representative that will see this video that Jack made.
2 hours later, I might have found a spot. It's a little bit sketchy, I'm not gonna lie, but hear me out. So what it looks like to me is there's a freeway that spans hundreds of miles all the way down the North Korean border. And the way this is set up, you literally can't get anywhere close to the border on foot, unless you go from behind. So I've discovered this wooded area that may or may not be on private property. And if I can sneak through these woods, there's a perfect spot on the edge of the hill. And this spot should not only give us a view of the North Korean border,
Bro, I'd just be like dead ass worried that I'd get like clipped by a sniper.
but it should allow us to see North Korea. The problem is this entire area is heavily guarded by military and CCTV cameras. And if they do happen to see me, they could think I'm a potential threat and shoot me. There's actually hundreds of signs all along right where I'm camping that if you translate it into English, that's exactly what it says. All of this considered.
Oh, wait. North Korea's implemented strict shoot-on-sight orders for its border areas where anybody entering buffer zones, including approaching a border, may be shot without warning. Jack.
That's exactly what it says. All of this considered, I literally cannot get caught, which means we're really gonna have to put the stealth in stealth camping. All All right, let's do
Wow, is that a Temu fucking ghillie suit? That looks so bad. Oh my god. The nut scandal that almost ruined Korean Air.
On December 5th, 2014, a flight operated by Korean Air was set to fly from New York City to Seoul, South Korea.
Was that a 16-hour flight?
But before it could even get off the ground, several people's lives were permanently altered by a bag of nuts. But despite where you might think this is going,
I thought this was going to be the nut scandal, like a chipmunk climbed into the fucking airplane overnight and started storing just all of its acorns and like peanuts that like weighed down one of the sides of the planes or something.
it's not a story about someone having an allergic reaction and the traumatized passengers who witness it. Instead, the story...
I had a rat problem at my old place back when I used to live in a trailer, and we got back from like this trip for a week. This was when I was like 8 years old. And a rat had taken all of the Hershey Kisses that were in a bowl and arranged them in a line in between the gap between my washer, or not my washer, my dishwasher and the countertop. Because it was like, there was a gap about this big, and there was just a line of Hershey Kisses all the way from the back to the front. It's very weird. Never found out why it did that, but I had a rat problem. I remember there was a rat problem. And we had a rat and a bat problem, separate times. But when the rats were there, they would like grab stuff, and I still think about it. Like to this day, I'm like, why did it do that? I know it was storing the food in some way, but it was like so not perfectly organized, but it was like almost perfect. Like it was just like lined, like he like individually carried one over every time.
Instead, the story centers around Cho Hyun-ah, also known as Heather Cho, a vice president at Korean Air who was sitting in...
Did she have a nut allergy or something?
...first class for that flight. As the plane was preparing to take off, a flight attendant handed Mrs. Cho a bag of macadamia nuts. And this is when all hell broke loose.
The CEO or like one of the heads of the company gets a bag of macadamia nuts. Macadamia? You know I only eat cashews. How dare you?
Cho was instantly enraged because she was served the nuts in a bag instead of in a bowl. Yes, that's...
Oh my god. Like that enraged her? I get maybe it'd be like policy to like put them in a bowl for first class. But if you're the CEO, I'd be like, you guys are supposed to put this in a bowl and move on. Not, oh, what do you think I am, some poor person? Sitting in coach? Are you going to offer me next a Biscoff cookie? Who do you think I am, some peasant?
The grave offense that's...
Next you're going to offer me fentanyl, I bet. That's why I do it in the back bathroom.
...started this whole thing. Cho began screaming at the flight attendant, a woman named Kim Do-hee, reportedly yelling, "What kind of service is this?" and berating her for a minute before realizing that she should really be yelling at Kim's boss. So she called over the cabin crew chief, Park Chang-jin, and began screaming at him instead, throwing the bag of nuts against a wall in the process. She asked Park why she had been served macadamia nuts in a bag instead of in a bowl, to which he replied,
and imagine being a customer. Like, you're sitting in first class next to her. You're also rich, but you're, like, not a dickhead. And you're going, whoa. This is like out of a movie level of, like, fucking, you know, privilege. You care that bad, just tear it open. The only thing that warrants this level of anger is if you're handed a Nature Valley bar in first class in the package. And it's like an older plastic one that's really hard to tear, and you just know it's going to go everywhere. Like, that would be the problem.
Simply following the official Korean Air service manual. Cho then demanded that they bring her...
I'm not dissing Nature Valley. I'm saying if you have a Nature Valley bar, it's like in that situation, I'd be like, all right, could you open it for me? Because the entire pain of a Nature Valley bar is opening a Nature Valley bar. Whereas, like, you're just tearing open a bag of nuts.
Cho then demanded that they bring her the service manual to prove it. So Park grabbed a tablet which had the manual on it. Nervous from the situation, he accidentally mistyped the password for the tablet, causing Cho to get even more upset. But once he was able to get the manual open, he showed Cho proof that the flight attendant had correctly followed the guidelines for the cabin crew when it comes to serving macadamia nuts.
Oh, so it literally, like, they're right. So she's also just a shitty CEO that doesn't even know her own manual. Like, they didn't even fuck up. She's just crashing out for no reason. That's wild. Do you think it's like a germ thing? You're not supposed to give them in a bowl because it's like, ooh, loose nuts?
And if they had a whole
That's kind of weird
thing dedicated to that, I can only imagine how long that manual was. It's just a shame that they didn't have a section for—
Dude, serving nuts is really a rich person thing. You ever been to a shitty fucking, like, restaurant or, like, small eat spot and, like, one of the menu items is, like, mixed nuts? $9. Why don't you just give me dirt and charge me for it? Mixed nuts, $9. Are you fucking serious? That should be free. Mixed nuts, fucking $9. If I'm at a bar and I'm buying fucking $20 drinks, $18 mixed drinks, and I have to pay $9 to get a shitty trail mix that you got from fucking Walmart down the street in a big barrel,
of the company throws the bag of nuts at you. Unfortunately, the evidence that she was wrong did not do much to calm down Mrs. Cho. Instead, she continued yelling at both Kim and Park, eventually forcing them to get on their knees and beg for her forgiveness.
I know the job market's rough, but I don't think there's a world where I would get on my knees and beg a random woman that owns the company to, like, please save me. Quitting on the spot? Yeah, literally being like, all right, I'm taking this flight now. Fuck you.
That might seem intense, but anyone who's ever been handed a bag of macadamia nuts instead of having them presented to you in a bowl can understand the frustration. While the flight attendants were on their knees, Cho continued berating them and then grabbed the tablet and started hitting Park's knuckles with it. Again, I think we can all agree that—
What is this? What are we in a fucking 1930s American classroom where you get hit with a ruler? What type of shit is that? She started breaking his knuckles with a fucking iPad?
This is a pretty rational response, considering—
Honestly, get your bag, you know? Honestly, him kind of leaning— if he had just quit, that would be bad, you know? Because if he had quit, he's not getting anything. Like, maybe he just gets like a nice pay package for leaving. Now he could sue the shit out of her. Like, she's beating him with an iPad for giving her mixed nuts. Or not mixed nuts, macadamia nuts.
What Cho had endured. She then fired Park and demanded that the plane be sent back to the gate so he can be kicked off. The entire interaction took place in the first-class cabin, but there was only one other passenger flying first class on that flight.
Oh, so nobody was there to see it. I think somebody else would have fucking said something to her.
And I can only imagine the severe discomfort that person was experiencing in that moment. Sorry to interrupt, but could I trouble you for a ginger ale when you have a chance? The plane, which still—
Trouble you for a ginger ale? I would say something. If I was on a first-class plane for Korean Air and I know the CEO is crashing out on this person, I'm going, yo, I'm never flying with you again. Like, you're awful. Like, you need to step down. No, you wouldn't. Yes, the fuck I would. Yes, the fuck I would, because I don't work for her. What is she going to do? Ban me from Korean Airlines? Oh, boo fucking who? Oh, boo fucking who? There's a million fucking airlines. You take another one. You're not the hero. I'm not saying I'm a hero. I'm not doing that in this hero complex of like, let me save the day. You stop hitting that man in the knuckles with an iPad. I would be annoyed personally of how awkward and weird that is. I would walk up and be like, you're being a weird, like you're being a loser. Like, why are you crashing out? Like, what type of weird, prissy, rich shit is this? Like, I don't have, like, bro, because you got to realize, like, flying first class is fine. Like, if you have the money to fly it, fine. Spend the money to fly it. But, like, that level I hate rich people that act like snobby movie rich people. Like, I understand I have money now. I didn't have money then. And even though I have money now, I'm going to still tip people well. I'll, like, still be forgiving for mess ups. Like, honestly, I've always said, most of the time, if a waitress brings me the wrong thing, I'm probably not sending it back. Right? The rich people shit where it's like, oh, I have money, so therefore you must serve me better than the average person. No, you're just a regular ass motherfucker. And I understand in first class you're paying for better service, but it's like, dude, they'll bring you like a damp towel to fucking wipe your face with. I flew first class one time, upgraded, and it was paid for by a company that was taking me somewhere. When I sat down, they handed me a wet towel. I went, what? Like what am I? It was a hot, wet towel, and he handed it to me, and I went, like, what am I supposed to do with this? He's like, it's for your hands or your face. I went, okay. And I just like put my hands in it, handed it back to him. I'm like, this is the most useless shit ever. That's the type of rich people shit I don't understand. I have money now. I'm like, that is stupid. Like, why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? What do you need? Well, I need a warm towel for what? Like, I'm sitting on a fucking airline. Just give me like a drink and then I'm fine. Here's a water. Thanks. That's all I need.
The fact that he's Korean. Don't worry, Park. We'll let you buy a ticket back. The flight then took off 46 minutes late.
What's the most rich person thing you've done? I buy Main Plus when I fly now. I don't sit in the back of the plane, but I don't buy first class. I get Main Plus. 6 extra inches of leg room and a free checked bag. That's balling. I spend, if I'm flying, if like regular coach is like $400, I'll pay $650 for more leg room. And is it a waste of money? Yeah, sure. But like, that's why, like, I have the money for that. I don't have the money. I do have the money. I could fly first class, but it's stupid to fly first class. Like, that's just like, you're full on wasting money. Cause like Main Plus is $650 if coach is 4. First class is like $1,400 for a 4-hour flight or like a 3-hour flight. Like, I'm not paying that. Like, I'm just getting conned. You know, but if I was flying like to like Asia, like if I ever fly to like Thailand or something, I'd buy one of the laydown seats. Cause sitting upright for 15 hours, I'm gonna be fucking bashing my head on the walls, man. That shit sounds terrible. Like, that I would pay the money for. What's the most rich person thing I've done though? I don't know. Like, I don't know. What do you mean by that? I bought like, oh no, you know the biggest rich person thing that I've done now? That I'm at the point in my life, I will give the waitress my card before knowing how much the bill was. I don't look at the bill. Like, if I'm out to eat. That's the thing that I've noticed. I'll just hand them my card. Well, either way you're paying. Some people just do that, but like, I'll just hand them my card. But that's it. Like, I used to look at the bill. Now I don't look at the bill.
Flight attendant Kim Do-hee,
it's not really rich, it's more financial security,
was not dismissed, since Cho had shifted her hatred towards...
What if they charge you for some shit you didn't order? I don't know. That probably has happened before. Ooh, no. Richest thing that I do is I buy my friend... Every time I go out, I buy shots. I waste money when I go out. If I go out to a bar, I'm probably blowing like $400 on drinks. That's like the stupidest shit I do. But it's like, I'd rather, like, I would want my friends to do that if they had money. So it's like, I want to do that shit. Like, I have money, I go out with my friends, I turn, like, they're all talking, I turn around, I have a tray of shots. Like, it's fun. Like, because I could spend that money. Yeah, gambling, sure. What else? I don't know. Way back, I was financing my car, and I had, like, it was like 3 years that I had to finance this car. And like a year and a half in, I went, what the fuck am I doing? And I just paid it off. Like, I guess that. It was like, I was just like, why? Just buy it.
But we can only imagine the tension in that first-class cabin during the flight. And it's a good thing the moist towelette was the right temperature. Otherwise, we would have had to run the whole thing back.
See, that's what I'm saying, this moist towelette. That's the thing they run on every airline. Why am I getting a moist towelette? I've never been somewhere where they do that. It's weird. I don't want that. Why are you giving me a wet towel? It's like, honestly, I get, it's nice that it's warm, but it's like, ugh. Like, I don't, why?
Now, if you've heard this story and you're wondering how Heather Cho had enough power to not only fire the cabin crew chief for something this trivial, but also to turn the plane around and order it back to the gate, allow me to provide some context. Mrs. Cho was not just a vice president at Korean Air. She was also the daughter of Korean Air chairman and CEO Cho Yang-ho.
Oh, so she's like a Nepo baby.
You see, large South Korean conglomerates, known in the country as chaebols, are often controlled by powerful families. Members of these families are practically nobility, which is why everyone unquestionably obeyed Heather Cho throughout her macadamia nut tirade. Following the whole thing, Korean Air went out of their way to silence the incident and prevent it from getting into the public eye.
I'd take $2 million to not say anything. If I'm one of them, I'd go give me $5 million. Retirement money. I won't say anything. You don't need it? No, but I'm saying if you're an average worker, I'd be like, I'd rather get $5 million and just dip.
And pressuring them into lying about the situation during the investigation from South Korea's Ministry of Transport.
Oh, that's really bad.
He gave Park a statement to say to the investigators, and Korean Air executives were reportedly present during the entire questioning. Since Park could tell the investigation was biased, he reported the story directly to the media, and that was when things got bad for Korean Air. They immediately issued a statement addressing the situation, apologizing for the inconvenience, but saying that it was Heather Cho's responsibility to enforce the procedures of the cabin crew, and she was simply doing her job. Not sure what kind of job requires you to attack your employees.
To hit him in the knuckles with an iPad and make him get on his knees. I think if anything, it'd be like, hey man, you're doing this wrong.
But maybe she was just making sure their combat skills were up to par. Their justification for Park being fired, despite him being totally in the right, was that he hadn't produced the proof quickly enough. And
he got the iPad code wrong is why they fired him. He mistyped the password. Wow.
We know a woman who delayed a flight by 45 minutes over a bag of nuts really values timeliness.
No, and that's like, dude, people always go, oh, 45 minutes, you know, your flight's delayed, that's not too bad. But you got to realize, like, a flight getting delayed like 20 minutes is a butterfly effect for the rest of that day, is what's so fucked. Like, if you have 1 hour, if you have a flight in the morning get delayed by an hour, every flight on that plane for the rest of the day is now delayed at least an hour.
Further research into Cho revealed that this was not her first time behaving like this. In 2013, she physically assaulted a flight attendant who served her improperly cooked ramen noodles. This woman really is a hero for everyone who despises airline food. Cho was also involved in a separate controversy that same year when she traveled to Hawaii to give birth to her twin boys, therefore allowing them to be US citizens and avoid the South Korean mandatory military service. And in the interest of efficiency, maybe she was even able to clobber some flight attendants on the journey there. In fact, it seems most of the Cho family has a history of mean behavior, with Heather's sister, brother, and mother all involved in
water rage? What is it? What is it? What nut rage? Brother of nut rage heiress injures mom in Christmas Day feud over power control, or mum. Korean Air matriarch receives suspended jail sentence for abusing domestic staff. Why are they always hitting their employees?
Similar scandals. So the public wasn't buying the half-assed apology, and sales of Korean Air flights had dropped by 6.6%. Finally, the airline was forced to admit defeat. Cho Yang-ho stood before journalists and publicly apologized for his daughter's nut rage, calling it a foolish act and saying, "It's my fault. As chairman and father, I ask for the public's generous forgiveness." He also said that his daughter would be resigning from her positions at Korean Air. Heather Cho herself then stepped up to apologize in front of the media, hanging her head in shame and announcing that she would also be personally apologizing to Park and Kim. She reportedly went to their houses to do so, but neither of them were home, probably busy looking for jobs. So she left them both notes saying sorry instead.
They didn't get, bro, she left them a note saying sorry. Oh my God. Why don't they just give them money? Like, I know that's like a sweep under the rug thing, but if it's like, you're gonna abuse those employees like that and then fire them, it's like, give them $1 million. And then it's like, it's not all as good, but it's like, okay, you know, I got something out of this.
Glad she handled this apology like she was delivering a package that required a signature. Still, the backlash had reached a new level, with some people describing it as a national embarrassment and proof of chaebol power abuse. The whole thing was then taken to court, where Heather Cho was found guilty of obstructing aviation safety and sentenced to 10 months in prison. She was released after 5. And I honestly have no idea if that's too much of a punishment or not enough. Korean Air was also fined
Yeah, I don't really know. I've never been presented woman crashes out for getting nuts and hits guy with iPad.
$2.57 million by the Transport Ministry for the incident, as well as being ordered to pay $45,000 to Park for what he
Bro, what? Why is the ministry suing for $2.57 million and the employee gets $45K? Like, what type of lame-ass shit is that? Why is the ministry not giving that money to him? $40K? Bro, $40K? Are you serious? So he just gets a yearly salary. Yeah, that's good, but it's like, bro, like, you were a part of, like, a big-ass thing with, like, Korean Air abusing employees.
led to a revision in the South Korean aviation laws, increasing the punishments for disruptive passengers. But the best thing to come from this was in South Korean supermarkets, where sales of macadamia nuts rose 250% following the incident. And that wasn't even some kind of protest. The whole thing just gave people a craving, I guess. It also
Yeah, I haven't had macadamia nuts in a while now that I'm thinking about it.
gave Heather Cho a bad public image, which seems to have followed her over the years. In 2023, she changed her name from Cho Hyun-ah to Cho Seong-yeon. Yeah, that should fix everything. As for the only other passenger in first class, she actually contacted Korean Air about the incident after it happened. In response, the airline sent her a calendar and a model airplane as an apology. And honestly, I don't think they owe her anything.
Holy corporate dystopia. Sorry you had a bad time. Here's a Korean Air themed calendar and a little plastic thing you could put on your desk.
She already got to witness the greatest in-flight entertainment of all time. Now please consider subscribing, or I'll turn this whole plane around and banish you to JFK Airport.
Oh god, JFK Airport, I can't go there. I'll subscribe. JFK Airport's fucking hell. Only airport worse, Newark Airport. Miami Airport also sucks. Newark Airport blows. Denver Airport's the size of a fucking country. Ever go to Denver Airport? Get from gate A to gate J. Takes 30 minutes. Fucking walking for 9 hours. Trying to get anywhere Denver Airport. All airports suck? Nah, some are chill. A lot of Texas airports are pretty easy to navigate. Atlanta Airport and Newark ain't that bad. Newark Airport sucks. It really does. Parking at Newark Airport's terrible. It's like fucking $500 for like 3 days. Dude, long-term parking is horrible. I don't know the worst airport I've ever been. I went to St. Martin Airport when it was after the hurricane. They had wires hanging from the ceiling. And it was like the airport was like half broken. I was like, wow, this is rough. There was no AC either. But that was also like, hey, they just got hit with a hurricane. So can't really knock them, you know. All right, next video, chat. The impossible to debunk UFO events.
Let's start with the ones that are incredibly difficult to debunk and work our way towards the ones that are impossible. Number 5, the Tic Tac UFO. In April of 2020, the US government released these videos showing a pill-shaped UAP speeding above the ocean near San Diego, California. Not only was this criminal breaking the law by speeding, they were also flying completely recklessly. It went
Okay, well, before we even fucking get into this, we have to recognize that UFO doesn't mean alien. It just means unidentified flying object. Could be actually anything.
From
I've seen this video. I feel like this is the most known video too, where it's just a black and white image of something just darting across the sky. I'm not saying it misread anything. It is obviously a real video, but it's not definitively an alien. And this is coming from somebody that believes in aliens. I believe aliens exist. I don't know if this is a video of an alien, though.
Speeds to a complete stop, hovered in place, then instantly accelerated faster than any known jet in existence, dropping from 80,000 feet to sea level within a second. As you can tell, the quality is absolutely terrible.
80,000 feet to zero in a second? You guys think that's an alien? I don't know. Part of me is like, could this machinery have fucked up in some way? but multiple people are saying that they read this on different machines. But, like, what the is it? Like, I don't know. Part of me thinks that if it is a UFO, it's not actually an alien in a flying saucer moving around. It's like, I think if when we interact with aliens, like hyper, like, intelligent aliens, I think it'll just be like a robot. You know what I mean? Like a drone. Because that makes a hell of a lot more sense than the alien itself being in the ship.
Terrible, but don't worry.
How do you believe in aliens but not ghosts? In the least disrespectful way, I feel like that's a stupid question. How do I believe in aliens but not ghosts? Ghosts are supernatural, speculative, spiritual beings, whereas aliens would be biological, evolutionary organisms that are akin to us in just a different planet on a different timeline. Like, what ghosts take more of a jump than aliens? It's technically more likely by what we know that aliens exist than ghosts, by far. Explain the paranormal then? Human failure to recognize... What do you mean explain the paranormal? It's not real. I'm not definitively saying ghosts don't exist or the paranormal isn't real, but that's the response. Explain paranormal. The paranormal isn't paranormal. It's something else every time that somebody believes is this. And then the counter response is, really, every single ghost Yes. We just watched a video on fear and how your brain makes up shit biologically in the dark, which is every time where paranormal shit happens. Why do ghosts why do ghosts 99% of the time only come out at night when it's dark out in places that already look scary? I'm not saying ghosts don't exist. I'm saying aliens definitely do. Now, I'm not saying hyper intelligent aliens, but the shit that creates life in the universe is common as fuck. Amino acids, like all these things that create DNA chains. Yes, that takes millions, billions of years to create, and there has to be the exact right, Goldilocks zone on a planet and things for all these, materials to collide and create life. But single-celled organisms are not rare. Multicellular organisms are. Hyper-intelligent organisms are even more rare. I'm not saying aliens. I'm saying aliens in the effect of, like, bacteria definitely exist on other planets. Ghosts, on the other hand, I don't know. And part of the reason I don't believe in that is because when I think I die, it's just lights out. So I would have to believe in something either spiritual or religious to believe in ghosts. And I don't.
My $600 computer and my state-of-the-art...
What did that say? What are your thoughts on religious people, Joe? Talked about that a million times. I respect any religion. I'm as right as you on our thoughts of whether or not God, the universe, anything was created in what way or not. Because faith is the strong belief in God or the doctrines of a religion based on spiritual apprehension rather than proof. Which is basically saying that it's objectively subjective, which that one guy really got mad at me that I said, because that's combating things, but you have to look at what I mean by that. Religion is an objective truth to an individual, but subjective to a majority. What you believe religiously is 100% true for you as what I believe for me, right? They're both subjective, and that's subjectivity in general. It's an opinion, but it's a very, 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 very strong opinion. And so that's why I say objective subjectivity. But I still respect any religion. I just don't believe in said religion. I have said some choice words about Scientology, but I also think that's a cult that fiends money out of people for manipulative reasons. So that's my own take on that. I actually did have a Scientology viewer that emailed me a very angry email when I said that too. So I still respect your beliefs, but I really do prompt you to look into the origin of your belief set, and why they kind of shield a lot of things with money walls. YH for the sub.
Our technology. I will be converting this terrible video into 4K resolution for the first time in history. Don't thank me. It's the least I could do. Now, the reason why this UAP sighting can't be debunked is simply because there isn't any known craft that can perform these maneuvers. But it gets even crazier.
Okay, it can't be debunked in that it's something else. It isn't a UFO. It's not a plane, right?
The craft didn't release any heat while flying, which would be expected from any conventional propulsion system. Then, of course, the obvious, its shape. The craft didn't have wings, rotors, exhaust, and clearly no aesthetics. Yuck. The US government has confirmed that it has no explanation for what the craft is, how it moves, or where it comes from. So you're probably thinking, how can this sighting sit at the top of the list when there's actual video proof? Well, after years of being lied to, it's hard to believe anything the government tells us. It's not my fault that I ended up this way. It's theirs. Number 4, the Washington Flap. In July of 1952, Washington National Airport and Andrews Air Force Base detected fast-moving objects in the sky performing impossible maneuvers. The operators moved in to investigate. What they saw left them in shambles. The flying objects were seen hovering in place and instantly darting off in random directions. They made quick turns, sudden stops, vanished and reappeared unpredictably. But get this,
I saw that shit in the sky when I was drunk one time. I like laid on the asphalt and stared at the sky, and there was this like really fucking bright light that would just dart around. And did I see an alien? I don't know. I remember actively though, I was with my friend, and I said, if you're an alien, come closer. And the light got like 5 times brighter. And that I don't know if it was like a psychosis of like we both saw the same thing, but both of us actively recoiled because it was like instantaneous. I was like, if this is an alien, get brighter, and or like come closer, and it got so bright and then just disappeared. It was so weird. And I can't explain it. That, and then the only ghost story I can't explain is the one at the Airbnb, where I heard something jumping on the bed, and there was like pitter patter and wine in the sink, and I didn't have wine at the air. It was really weird. That. If anything, that was a ghost. But just because I can't explain it doesn't mean it was a ghost. Is more what I'm saying. Similar to the UFO shit. And I don't care if somebody's like, this is my ghost story. You don't believe in ghosts. What about all these stories? Fuck your story. It's your account. It's like I can't hedge my entire opinion on whether or not supernatural beings exist off of a fucking story somebody told me when they were 8 about how they saw a fucking old man staring at them when they were asleep. You had sleep paralysis. That's like the thing. It's like I can't, and it doesn't matter how many stories there are. It's like I haven't experienced that. So I can't fucking say I believe that. Yeah, it's all hearsay. It's all secondhand accounts. I'm not going to do that.
UAPs weren't just flying in random locations in the sky. They were flying directly over restricted airspace, directly over the White House and the surrounding Capitol buildings. This was a clear message. So naturally, the US sent fighter jets to confront the mysterious crafts. But they were easily outmaneuvered, disappearing when they approached and reappearing when the jets flew past them. Obviously, the UAPs knew they could never win in a fair head-to-head matchup. But here's where things get interesting. A Coast Guard officer managed to photograph these mysterious crafts. To this day, this photograph has never been debunked and remains unresolved.
It is weird. It is weird.
Been debunked. And
is it a UFO? Yeah. Is it an alien? I don't know.
Remains unresolved. The scariest part of all this is that these objects didn't just show up for one night. They flew over Washington, D.C. for 4 nights and were seen by thousands of people. In the coming days, countless newspapers printed thousands of articles exposing the event to the rest of the country. And as you can imagine,
this is 1952. When was Area 51 and like the B-52 bomber and all those created? Because that's why a lot of people thought they saw UFOs around Area 51, is because all those planes look drastically different from the planes we know and knew about prior to. And so when you look at it, it looks like a UFO.
The general public didn't take the
Somebody redeem headset that. Bother Jack and YH for the sub.
news well. It triggered a mass wave of fear, panic, and public anxiety. With public pressure growing, the CIA was forced to release a statement. The UFOs were an illusion produced by temperature inversion. As anxiety resumed, the government pivoted and simply reassured the public that the sightings were not hostile and did not represent a threat. Finally, an explanation they could understand. On the heels of that good news, people moved on, releasing countless books and films to profit from the event. Number 3, the Phoenix Lights. On March 13th,
That's just a B-52 bomber, bro. Like, word for word, that just looks... I know that's the lights. We're going to get into the lights. I haven't even heard the story yet. That just looks like a fucking bomber. That looks like a plane.
Lights. On March 13th, 1997, up to 20,000 people across Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico saw something in the sky that night that forever changed their lives.
When?
1997, up to 20,000 people across Nevada, Arizona, and New Mexico saw something in the sky that night that forever changed their lives. Around 7:30 p.m., a large V-shaped craft appeared flying overhead at low altitude. It had 5 to 7 bright round lights along its base and flew
It's B-52, not B-2. I said B-52.
completely silent. Witnesses claimed the craft was enormous, spanning around a mile in length. Some even described that it felt like a
Oh, it's B-2.
floating city was flying overhead.
Sorry.
For perspective, the largest known craft today has a wingspan of around 385 feet, or 117 meters, which means this craft would have been around 14 times larger than the largest craft on Earth. Later, while speaking to the news, some even claimed that the craft flew so low that night that they could have hit it with...
They interview the worst people, though, bro. They interview the worst people whenever it's UFO shit. So what'd you see? Oh, well, actually, I saw a UFO when I came outside of the 7-Eleven, and it was just signing. It was over the, it was over the mountains right over there. It was like big bright light. Fucking dude, like I looked at people that I've never seen before in my entire life. I'm like, you fucking just interview like who are we pulling off the side of the street to fucking get an interview here of what they saw?
The ball, which we can all agree is a weird time to show off. The craft flew from Nevada and into Mexico before it disappeared into the sky around 10 p.m. After the event, many Air Force pilots, including the governor of Arizona...
I live near an air base and I see a B-2 at night. Looks like something an alien at night. Even when you know what it is. Bro, that's the shit with like Starlink. A lot of people do that. I think it's less now because most people know about it. But there was like a long time where people were like tweeting out like, damn, I just saw aliens. It was just Starlink satellites.
Came out and said that they had never seen or heard of any aircraft like the one they saw on that night. Despite tremendous pressure, the U.S.
Why are most UFO sightings in the USA? No, there's more UFO sightings that people hear and talk about. You just hear about the ones in the USA.
Government never issued an official statement about what flew through the sky that night. To this day, the event remains one of the greatest UAP mysteries in history. Number 2, the Belgian UFO wave. Typically, when UFO or UAP sightings occur, it's usually followed by intense cover-ups, threats, and misinformation. You just have to take a look at the Roswell incident, the Westall UFO encounter, the Hudson Valley UFO wave, and the US CSS Nostromo incident to see this pattern.
There was big like government cover-ups of those UFO sightings? Really?
But the Belgian UFO wave is one of the most interesting UFO encounters in history for a very unique reason. You see, the Belgian government was the first in history to be completely transparent, working hand in hand with citizens in an attempt to uncover the truth. From 1989 through 1990, there were over 13,500 reported UFO sightings across the country, with thousands of those leads.
I'm surprised in 1989. Do you think the US went over there? I truly believe that if there was like on the news a country that just said outwardly, like say a random, something not in NATO. What's like a country not in NATO where a UFO would land that would like outwardly broadcast that? Sweden? Yes. Is Sweden in? Sweden's not in NATO. Sweden's been a member of NATO for the last like year. Okay. Say a country not in NATO, because they would just tell everybody in NATO first. But say a country not in NATO, like, outwardly went on their news and they were like, here's a UFO, and put, like, images of it. You know that second from a fucking aircraft carrier or warehouse somewhere in the middle of nowhere. There is a jet plane flying right to that area to go check that shit out from the United States. Like, I'm telling you, the U.S. government would immediately be like, yeah, we're going to intrude on this. We're gonna stick our foot in this door real quick. No question. Like, not, if they would even ask, they would just be like, yeah, we're just going to go. I think so many countries would. I think Russia would. I think China would. I think so many countries. If there was like a confirmed UFO that some country was reporting on, immediately, bro, every fucking major power in the world would be like, I'm going there right now.
Being officially documented by the Belgian government. Information that was gathered was quickly shared with the general public in hopes of finding out who or what exactly was flying over the restricted airspace. Obviously, there are way too many UFO sightings to cover here, so I'll just talk about their largest and most famous sighting, the Eupen sighting. On November 29th, 1989, around 5:30 p.m., 2 Belgian police officers were on patrol on the outskirts of Eupen when out of nowhere, a giant triangle craft appeared in the sky flying overhead at low altitude. The craft had bright circular lights underneath each corner, with a red light in the center, and it flew completely silently. The 2 officers followed the craft as it slowly worked its way into town. Once it arrived, it hovered above Eupen for about 45 minutes before it once again began to move. It slowly flew towards a nearby remote lake, where it hovered in place for around an hour before disappearing past the forest and
nobody shot at that shit one time. If that shit was in Texas, bro, I'd say give it 5 minutes. Somebody pulls out a fucking rifle and tries to shoot that shit down. Like, somebody tries to shoot that shit down. It's not in America, bro, the cops. You tell me nobody has a gun, they're like, yeah, I'm not going to fucking shoot it. I would shoot at that. I'd throw a rock at it, see what the fuck's up. I throw a rock at it, it instantly pulverizes me to like fucking burnt ash. It's just like, I'm like mid-wind back. The rock's not even out of my hand yet. Just instantly, I just get zapped into, I don't even exist. I just vaporized, missed.
To the horizon. But here's where things get even creepier. Back in town, a second similar craft appeared, seemingly following the same path as the first, before vanishing past the forest as well. Sightings like this one were not rare and occurred hundreds,
bro, I wish I saw that shit,
if not thousands of times within the span of a year. But towards the end of 1990, the sightings began to slow significantly. The conclusion the government reached after thousands of reports and hundreds of investigations was that whatever these crafts were, they were unlike anything known to exist. To this day, the government still wants answers about what exactly they all saw. Number 1, the aerial school encounter. This is easily one of the most interesting, scary, and most bizarre encounters I've ever read about. On September 16th, 1994, in Rua, Zimbabwe, around 250 children were outside playing.
Why are there like all of these in the 90s? Why is every single one of these in the 90s? That does make sense that they would be around the same time, like an alien passing by, but still.
During morning recess, while the adults were...
Why does nobody take any photos of these? That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson and a bunch of other people say that like are prominent astrophysicists. They'll go, it's the 21st century. Why is nobody taking out their fucking phone that can film in 4K and record it?
Inside having a faculty meeting. Little did anyone know that on that day, these children's lives would never be the same. Multiple silver crafts instantly appeared in the sky right above them. For a few moments, the crafts faded and reappeared in different locations before descending into a nearby field beyond the playground. As many of the children ran into the school in complete fear, others decided to walk towards the landing site as it was just beyond the school grounds. As they arrived, many of the children were instantly traumatized by what they saw. Laying in the field was an oval flying saucer that was about the size of a small bus. But that wasn't all. Standing next to and on top of the craft were 2 gray aliens around 3 feet tall, with large black eyes and small mouths. Both were wearing skin-tight black suits. The one on top of the ship was walking around as if it were inspecting the craft, while the other was standing beside it, staring directly at the children. This is when the alien on the floor began to slowly approach them, before disappearing and returning back.
Bro, I can't believe. Is it possible? Yes. But the idea that an alien from another solar system or galaxy would even within our own galaxy, outside of it, would be a bipedal creature with 2 arms, 2 eyes, and functionally look the same. Yeah, it's 3 feet tall with big black eyes. It's walking on 2 feet. Get the fuck out of here. It evolved in the same exact way we did. Like, you know how random our evolution was? Like, it's not... No.
To its starting position.
Yeah, breathing oxygen, you know, carbon-based life, that's not insane.
It did this multiple times. Some children described it as if time itself was repeating, bending, or standing still. This is when many of the children received the exact same message telepathically. The aliens seemed frustrated, warning them that humans were the ones to blame for destroying the planet. Some of the children received the message with visions of the planet being destroyed, while others just felt an overwhelming sadness and a sense of urgency over the well-being of the planet. A few moments later, the aliens and the aircraft instantly vanished. Meanwhile, the children who had stormed into the school were still attempting to convince the adults of what had happened. Of course, they all believed the kids were playing a prank.
Oh, only children saw this. No adults saw, only children on a playground saw this. There weren't any other adults outside.
But once the rest of the kids arrived, it was obvious that whatever they saw left them traumatized, shaken, and in shock. Seeing this, the principal instructed all of the kids to draw what they saw. These are those drawings.
Bro, my God. We need a fucking Leonardo da Vinci in this class, bro. Come on. What the hell is that? That's just a flying saucer.
These are those drawings.
Amy Horn, I saw an oval shape. It was silver. The reason I don't believe this is because the idea of a UFO and the flying saucer is actually like misinformation of a misreading of an account from a pilot from like 40 years ago. So flying saucers aren't actual depictions of UFOs. It's literally a misinformation that was spread over time. Like, I gotta look this up. How was the UFO created? Kenneth Arnold described seeing strange, fast-moving objects later in the event's 1947 Roswell incident. He said they moved like saucers if you skip them across the water. He didn't say they were flying saucers. He said they skipped like a saucer would. I gotta Google this. Did Kenneth Arnold say flying saucers? He didn't say they were shaped like saucers. He said they moved like a saucer, and the description was misinterpreted to coin the term flying saucer. He later said the objects may have been saucer or pie-shaped, but his description was actually about their motion. So now they're all seeing gray flying saucers, bro. Like, I don't know. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. That shit's fake. I don't care if all the kids drew the same thing, bro. That's what they saw. That's what they saw. That is like a corny ass depiction of an alien. Bro, I would be more agreeable that those aren't alien. Like, if this were real, I would be more agreeable that these are like hyper-evolved late-stage humans than aliens. Like, these are humans from 80,000 years, 100,000, a million years from now, where they've evolved so differently and they came back in time, and that's who we're speaking to. More so than these are aliens themselves. Okay, this kid needs to get an F in art class, because that is just a person.
Obviously, this is the only drawing that can't be trusted. As you can tell, the majority of the drawings are strikingly similar, while those who approached the landing site drew the same 2 aliens and ship. Keep in mind that many of the children were in different classes, as their ages ranged from 6 to 12 years old. After the incident, many of the students took weeks off from school to recover from what they had witnessed that day. Some never returned. To this day, over 30 years later, all of those children, now adults, still stand by their statements and what they
Really? See, now that's more telling. That now that they're 35, they're still like, nah, I saw that shit.
witnessed that day. Not a single one of them has ever came out and said that this was a hoax or an elaborate prank of any kind.
Really? No, that's weird. None of them. Not one of them was like, this shit's fake. There was a gas leak? I don't know, bro. That's just so... Like, whenever they're like, yeah, I saw aliens, it was this flying saucer, and they were a gray alien and looked like E.T. I just can't believe that. Coachella is the worst.
The Papa Meat channel. How you doing? Coming to Sundown because today we're going to talk about one of the biggest music festivals of the year. Coachella, baby. Oh yeah.
Ass. No, it's not ass. It was fun, but like it was ass. How do I put this into terms? Is Coachella worth the money? Never in a million years. Never in a million years. You could go to so many other concerts that are way cheaper and way more fun. Is it fun? Yes. Did I have fun? Yes. Was it worth, $12,000? Fuck no. It's the most overhyped influencer-packed event you'll ever fucking go to in your life. VIP tickets, you're not even close to the fucking stage. Doesn't even matter. You're still in a packed area because they sell thousands of fucking VIP tickets.
Look at that sick Coachella montage.
I'm going to rant about it so much.
Coachella, a place where all the biggest artists pile into a massive venue for 2 weekends of non-stop performances. Coachella has cemented itself as the ultimate supplier of FOMO, fear of missing out.
Bro, here's the thing, though, is so many of the people that film themselves at Coachella going, yeah, woo! Stand around right after, right when the video cuts, it's literally LARPing. Like, no one, bro, all the influencers are LARPing. There's people that actually pull up that are like there and like fucking rage and take drugs and weird shit. And it's like, kind of like a music festival to them. But even then, I'm like, how are they reasoning that this is like worth it? Because it's just like, there's so many other music festivals that have big artists, maybe not as big as Coachella, but they're like 1/10 their price.
Desperate to make content or music fans who want to see their favorite artists, it's truly absurd the lengths people will go to attend this event. Nick, have you gone to Coachella before?
I've gone twice, baby.
Was it actually worth it?
The first time was. I saw like 30 bands when I was there. And then the next year, I literally think I only saw like 2 concerts a day.
Don't you have to camp out there and stuff?
Yeah, we did the camping.
Well, here's the problem is it's almost like less is better. You know when you go to a restaurant and there's like 10 menu items and you're like, oh, I just have to pick one of these. And then you go to a Cheesecake Factory and there's 45 pages of different food. That's the same vibe, right? Like if you go to Coachella, there's 100 music artists and 3 of them that you want to see are performing in overlapping time segments. So like you're literally picking who you want to see, or you're forcing yourself to like watch half of a concert and then run half a mile to the other one and watch the rest. Like that's because everything, they have to spread it out. So there's like 9 different stages, 10 different stages. Some are inside, some are outside, most are outside. And so, you might be at like Yuma. Let me pull up a map of Coachella to make it easier. I went in 25. I did not go this year. So obviously the map probably looks a little bit different. But say you're at Sahara down here, and you're watching like one of your favorite rappers. But on the Coachella stage, Sabrina Carpenter's performing, And then all the way over in Gobi, Juiced is performing. And they're all performing at the same time. Say the rapper starts at 6:30, Juice starts at 6:45, and Sabrina starts at 7:15. They're all performing for an hour and a half. So you're like bouncing around just trying to get like samples of each artist. And it's like you either full commit to one and just get FOMO about the other ones, or you get like a half experience of all three. Like, you can't see everybody. You just can't. And it's also the worst venue ever because it's in the middle of the desert. It's hot as fuck. This year it wasn't. When I went, it was like 100 degrees outside. So that's the problem. It's like, you go hype. Like, I genuinely believe that the best place in my mind to hold a concert is somewhere where it's cold, right? You wear more layers. As you're hype and moving around, you take them off, you know? Like, when they hold concerts at like ski resorts and shit, bro, that's awesome. Because it's cold as fuck, and then you get hotter, you take your clothes off. When it's fucking 100 degrees outside, and you're already walking around all day, you're sunburnt to shit, and you're trying to wear like a cool outfit because it's Coachella, you know, and you have to be LARPing. So it's like, at the end of the day, you're just fucking burnt. You know? Go to the doctor. It doesn't matter if you're young. You should be getting yearly checkups. You should be going to the dentist. You should be going to the dermatologist. You should be going to your general doctor, your GP. I know it's hard to find doctors at times, and it can be a real pain to schedule appointments, but it's better to catch problems early rather than later, and it feels a lot more comforting to know that you have no problems. And that's where ZocDoc, the sponsor of today's video, makes your life a whole lot easier. I actually used ZocDoc to search for allergists before I knew I had alpha-gal. It can be a real pain to schedule a doctor's appointment. You're calling, you're getting put on hold, you're playing phone tag, you end up getting an appointment 6 months down the line, and you're like, what is happening? ZocDoc makes that easier. With ZocDoc, all you gotta do is put in what type of doctor you're trying to see, your area, your insurance information, and they immediately set you up with a list of doctors, areas, and appointments that you're able to easily funnel through to see who you want to go to and when. They have over 150,000 providers, over 200 plus different specialties across all 50 states. And you can do it from the comfort of your own phone. It's also free to use. And I know it may seem small, but just clicking the link in the description is the first step towards prioritizing your health. Taking care of your health just got easier. Head to ZocDoc.com/Bartolozzi to get started and check that appointment off your to-do list. Thank you to ZocDoc for sponsoring this video, and let's get back into it.
This is especially strange considering that every year there are horror stories from attendees that paint.
Oh, don't park, dude. But it's like they upprice, it's like any other fucking festival or convention or anything. Like in TwitchCon or, you know, the Super Bowl, or any other fucking event, they skyrocket hotel prices and shit because they know there's a high demand. So the supplies lower the high demand, they fucking hike prices. You know, and they premeditatively do that because they know Coachella's coming. But the car shit's the worst, man. People be in traffic for like 7 hours trying to fucking get their camping spot. And then they'll set up dude, the stupidest shit is like, they'll rent like 9 car spots and actually set up a tent that's the size of a house for 3 days and then take it down.
It's maybe not as bad as like Burning Man, but it still has like a taste.
I feel like Burning Man, okay, well, Burning Man, there's people that like fucking tweak on drugs and run around naked. But like, I actually feel like Burning Man would be like more of a experience. Like, when you're at Burning Man, you're like, I get why we're in the middle of the desert. You know, I understand. We're at Burning Man. I'm in the middle of nowhere. Then you're in Coachella Valley and fish and chips at a shitty restaurant is $35 and you're like, this city sucks. The city of Coachella is ass. That place blows. I don't know why anyone would live there.
To get pretty crazy after all, when you put thousands of drug-filled concert goers and influencers like James Charles, remember that James Charles picture where his ass was out? Can you imagine being at a concert where James Charles is lurking around?
I will say it was weird. I didn't see James Charles when I went, but I was just like I was in the same vicinity as Machine Gun Kelly, fucking Liam from not Liam. Is it Liam? Or is Liam the one that died? No, Liam died. Oh my God. Rip. Who was it? Not Niall. One Direction members. Louis. I was next to Louis. He's like 5'6". Saw Charlie D'Amelio. I felt like I was in a fever dream, man. I was like, what?
Spooky man. Yeah, that's what the locals say. The spooky man is spooky.
So many TikTokers. I was like, what? I saw Sam and Colby, or one of them. I don't remember which. I think it might have been Sam. And it's also like such a weird, dude, it feels like there's a paywall to everything at Coachella. Like, we have VIP tickets, so there's like general admission, all that area. It's most of the venues general admission. Then there's like VIP spots where you could get like drinks quicker, and there's like better food, but it's still like $80 for fucking food. And in the VIP section, you're still standing in line for fucking 10 minutes to get a drink, 15 minutes to get a drink. They don't serve shots. They only have light drinks. And it's like canned beer for, you get a fucking Heineken for fucking $20. Anyways, vodka Red Bull, $32. But guess what? They have Aperol Spritz stands. Woo! Woo! Oh, I love the taste of grapefruit and fucking bitterness in my mouth when I'm in 100 degrees and I'm dying of dehydration. Let me drink something that makes me feel like I'm a raisin. They have an Aperol Spritz stand. Woo! How fancy. Some stupid shit like that. And then in the VIP section, they have walled sections for like parties. Like they had a YouTube party or some shit. And there's like a walled section. And then outside of that, there's other parties outside of the venue that matter more than the fucking venue itself. And they have other performances there, and you need to get invites for them. And I was like, oh, could I get invited? My manager's like, no, you have to do a shout out for this company to get invited because they have tickets. Guess what, buddy? Whoop! Whoop! I'm not going to go to that. I'm not about to shout out your stupid fucking company so I can get a ticket to a party. What is this? Dystopian ass shit. No. It's like you're in or you're out. Why do I gotta fucking do an ad so I can get into a party?
The Shadow Man.
Hell no.
That's what they call James Charles. They call James Charles.
So I could walk up and be like, yeah, I'm on the list.
The Shadow Man. All you see is a giant silhouette of like huge fucking big ass lips and a giant ass. Hi, sisters! Ah! Yeah. So, let's explore the insanity that is Coachella. The first Coachella festival began in 1999 because its founders wanted a place to celebrate music, art, and culture similar to that of the Glastonbury Festival in the UK. I also wonder if it's also because of the Woodstock resurgence in the 90s too.
Oh, probably, yeah.
Because there was a lot of, and then the Woodstock 99, I'm pretty sure that's where people died.
Oh, God.
The lineup of the inaugural event consisted of artists like Tool and Rage Against the Machine, and attendees would spend as little as $50 for both admission and parking. They'd either
$50? Yeah, now it's like fucking $3,000.
pay for a cheap nearby hotel to stay at during the event, or simply sleep in their cars to save a couple bucks. The venue was much smaller than it is today, but the shows were much more intimate, and people have fond memories of the earlier years where the venue was not densely packed and people could appreciate the music without social media interfering. It's kind of I feel like people go there just to get pictures now.
It's for the gram now.
I just feel myself drunk inside of a fucking porta potty.
And bless anybody using one of these during the day.
Post it up. Coachella porta potty. Bro, also you hear the fucking porta potty shaking. The fucking the stage, I think it was Yuma. I don't remember the name. I think it was Yuma tent, was like actually a football field away. And the porta potty's shaking. Unless you have a private driver or you actually drove there, which you're probably not driving there because everybody's getting drunk. So it's like, you don't want to fucking drunk drive back. You also didn't rent a car. You're in the middle of fucking Coachella. When you leave, like all the biggest main artists, like Sabrina Carpenter, Justin Bieber, or like the other years, it was like Lady Gaga and fucking Green Day and shit. Like they're performing late at night. Like they're the last people, like Post Malone. And they're performing at like 11. And they're done at like 12:31. When you walk out of, you like to even get into the fucking area, you're walking like a mile. Like you get dropped off, you have to walk a mile, and now you're in the venue. And so when you leave, you have to walk a mile out, and you're going around these dirt tracks that's kicking up dust, you're fucking sneezing. You get to the Uber lot, and all of the Ubers are either already booked or there's guys standing out front, and they'll go, I'll drive you. I drive you. And you go, okay. Oh, my car right over here. How much? $600. Buddy, I make good money, and I'm not paying your bitch ass $600 to drive me 3 fucking miles to my hotel, right? You could go fist yourself. And so you call an Uber, and the line's like 9 miles long, right? The Uber line, all the Ubers that are there are already booked by other people that are like walking to them, right? Because you're never going to get that one. Like people like reserve these Ubers. They show up like fucking hours early, and they always want to charge you more. So, like, if you order an Uber, the Uber's in line 2 miles down the road. So it's just like, we literally just leave, and we're walking down these closed roads. I get picked up at a church.
go there to get your pictures. Once again, show the James Charles pictures. That's the pictures you're getting. The Shadow Man's lurking, waiting for a camera to be on him.
You gotta take a picture at the Ferris wheel. It's the Coachella Ferris wheel, man.
Oh, is that like a?
I'm pretty sure I have a picture where I'm standing out in front with it, but
were you shirtless?
Why are his? Oh my God, they were blurred. I was gonna say his nipples are huge.
I was shirtless. Yeah.
That was back when you were.
When I was good.
You had your pecs and your abs. You were definitely showboating. Were you peacocking a little bit to see if a girl would? Yeah. Well, why not? I'm at Coachella. You know what I mean? Sometimes the cucumber tastes better pickled. People felt like Coachella was all about celebrating music without alienating fans who didn't want to drop $150 to go to festivals like Woodstock at the time. And in fact, this made Coachella a counterculture event that gained a lot of respect in the early days. And over time, ticket sales went up. And it began...
And it literally became what it was made to be against.
Actually making a profit. And this allowed its organizers to book larger artists with much more variety, as well as massively expand the venue space. And by 2012, the event now extended to a span of 2 full weekends, and ticket prices started to rise farther than what the average person was willing to pay. And the lineup started to expand from alternative and indie rock to things like hip-hop, electronic...
And the ticket's like the least expensive part of it, because you're paying for the ticket, which is like, you know, base, if you're doing general admission, yeah, like $700, maybe more, like 1,000, 2,000 if you're doing VIP, 1,500. You have to find a place to stay, and you're there for like 4 days, so the hotel's probably going to be like $3,000 if you're doing a hotel, unless you're doing like a drive-in tent situation. If you live in Cali and you could bring your car there, food, drink, shit like that, that's like already alone going to be another $2,000 if you're eating there. And it's just like, you're just constantly spending money. Ubers as well are just fucking expensive.
And pop music. And throughout Coachella's history, art was also a big focus on the event. Instead of simple art installations scattered throughout the venue, you could now see massive pieces designed by well-known artists.
I walked up this shit, air conditioned, best part of it. You literally walk for like 5 minutes to the top, and then you go, sick. Walk all the way back down.
Around this time, fashion was also starting to become a big aspect of the event too. No longer did people just wear casual clothing like band t-shirts. People today compare it to the Met Gala in the sense that the outfits seen during the event would literally shape fashion trends. This is all to say that Coachella had a whole culture surrounding it, one that slowly morphed into something way different than what it once was. This video is sponsored by our partners. While it's normal for events to grow and change over time, many who attended Coachella in earlier years started to hate how mainstream the festival was becoming, which is bound to happen, Nick.
Yeah, that's popularity.
Once it becomes popular, it's not cool anymore. I used to pay $50. It's also that was 15 years ago.
I paid, I think, $450 for my tickets.
Damn.
That's not including the parking.
So this is just to get into the festival.
That's just to get in, but that's all 3 days, and that's why like the first time I was like, oh, it's worth it, because if you think about it, it's $150 a day. I saw like 10 bands a day.
I mean, if you save up for like a whole fucking year or whatever,
it's
I mean,
just
like,
so crowded now.
I mean,
Dude, you just gotta get drunk before, too. Or, like, fucking take drugs before you walk in, man. Like, that's literally the vibe, because you walk up, they're like, hi, what can I get you? Can I get a vodka Red Bull? Double or single? Double. All right, that'll be $42. Staring at you as you're choosing tip.
I can't even imagine. I mean, I almost refuse to go to shows.
Working at Coachella has got to be a gig, brother. Holy. You're a bartender at Coachella? Yo, you're making a fucking $3,000 paycheck in 3 days.
Those that have, like, if it's more than 800 people, yeah, I'm really not going. Honestly, I'm not gonna go. One of the worst things that come from Coachella's mainstream appeal was that it became an experience rather than a music festival. It was less about music and more of a status symbol gained from going to the cool, popular event of the year. That's just gonna happen though too. You know, once it becomes a cultural thing, especially with the fashion stuff, it's a different kind of cosplay almost, is what it seems like. It's like, oh, we're going and we're doing like the most absurd, impractical outfits that are just so we can take pictures, and like that's the event. I don't really give a fuck about the music. I just want to go and experience that kind of thing, which is also, I mean, in a way, I have respect for that.
It's your time.
Bro, I don't know. I remember when we were walking, and at some point I was so hot I just took my shirt off, and I was wearing just like regular fucking like jean shorts and shoes, and I saw some other dude in just like sunglasses, like gym shorts, and in like Adidas sneakers, and I was like, this guy knows what's going on, you know? Like, some days I was wearing an outfit, but I was like, yo, it's actually just better to just pull up and, like, comfy shit, man. Just show up.
money. You can do whatever you want.
Oh, of course. But I'm just saying that if it is this like multicultural, like it isn't just music, it's about art. I think what becomes annoying though is that if you slice up the pie too many times, you have like, okay, well, this portion of people are just here for fashion, this portion of people are here just for music. If you're trying to go see a band, but
nah, the people that are there just like it's the vibe, bro. Coachella map. The people that fucking show up and only go to like this one tent. Yo, if they're just at Do Lab the whole day, they're on fucking drugs and they're there to just enjoy the event. If somebody's just posted up by Coachella and outdoor, mainstream. Coachella outdoor, they're just sitting by the VIP section the whole time. Like, that's what it is. Like, there's some people that literally just don't leave, like, Yuma tent and they just listen to rave music for fucking 6 hours.
But like nobody gives a fuck about it. You're fucking with everybody's experience. Then I think the experience becomes too divided. While the festival is an impressive commercial success, in many ways it has lost its luster. The event is no longer something that anyone can afford. For example, a 3-day pass can now cost up to $650. And like with anything nowadays, scalpers are always there to drive up the prices of tickets purchased at the last second. This year, scalpers made massive profits selling weekend
$4,000. And that many people still bought that shit?
Tickets for $4,000 to $5,000 after the event had sold out. And Coachella now offers access to special, luxurious accommodations like their Safari Campground, which can cost as much as $12,000 to rent.
Bro, $12,000 to stay in an unair-conditioned tent. Like, what are we doing? Dude, it's really the 12 grand, chat. It's for the convenience. Because even if you get a private driver and you have a hotel, it's just so much easier to get done and then just walk out of the event into your tent, pass out.
Just give you a tent and maybe a coconut tree. Or something, you know, whatever, a tiger plushie. There's an option to rent on Airbnb, but the prices are straight up demented. Properties in the area will shoot up thousands of dollars during.
I mean, yeah, the influencers that are buying Airbnb, like we stayed at like some fucking like 12-room fucking hotel, dude. That's where we stayed. And we walked to breakfast every day. It was awesome. But like it was still expensive. But the influencers that are renting out Airbnbs, I mean, you're spending probably like $20K on an Airbnb for 3 days, 4 days, but you get like 9 people and split it.
In the event because they know someone will eventually end up booking them. And those who can't afford this will simply pay for a small patch of land in order to park their car and camp out. If you thought,
come with me to set up my Coachella tent. So first, we got this bright blue, beautiful tent. And I also have a miniature Yeti gallon water bottle to hold my water and potentially pee if I don't want to go to the communal bathrooms. I put that in the corner. Got to remember which is to drink and which is to pee and whether or not there's water or piss in it. Anyways, outside of that, we also have a little mini burner in case I want to cook myself a little snack at night. We have a little ice cooler here with some steaks and other raw foods, but we're running low on ice because we're in the middle of the desert, so we got to eat it before it goes bad.
There is a whole culture behind car camping online where people show off their insanely elaborate setup.
Like, bro, we really set up a portable, bro, like, oh my God. Like, we have a
behind car.
A weird like space light thing.
Car camping online.
Projector.
Where people show off their insanely elaborate setups. Some people will spend well over a month planning the layout and ordering the things they need. And one influencer showing off his room tour included things like fake houseplants, a clothing rack, a decorative.
And this shit's just for social media, bro.
Knickknacks, and even a director's chair for some reason. I remember seeing this. Guy got a lot of hate.
Yeah. I mean, it's LARPing. Like, why? It's not even like you're LARPing doing nothing. Like, nobody actually does that.
Get it? It's fucking stupid. It feels like that's like a very performative kind of thing.
I equate it to the refrigerator videos where it's just like people have like all these little containers for their tiny sodas and juices.
Those are satisfying videos though. I mean, every time I see.
And I think that's sick too. Imagine having like, whenever I watch those refrigerator videos, I'm like, yeah, that'd be awesome to have a fridge like that. Just stock full of like 80 different types of drinks. It's like you're at a fucking gas station. You just pick what you want.
And I'm like, I gotta try that out, actually. Be a nightmare to organize, though. This feels like an extension of the fashion trend to me. It feels like it's a part of that performative kind of like, well, yes, like I'm dressed here, I'm ready, and also this is my tent. Look how elaborate and like weird it is. You know, it feels like it fits into that same culture.
Dude, and it's just like not Like, all I'm thinking is you just spent 4 hours putting this together, and then when you're hungover as hell Monday morning after the concert on Sunday, you have to take it all down. You have to fucking put everything away.
Culture for me, I don't know why.
Which, to be fair, if you're trying to get some sniz,
Dude, if I'm trying to get some pussy and I bring him
Leave it there. Yeah, that'll go well.
back to this amazing oasis, you think they're gonna be happy?
she's gonna be like, "Oh, yeah, someone's got the safari hut. You should check out my safari hut back in the
Do you
gangster."
think this is good? Got the whole fucking set of Jumanji over here, dude. Are you kidding me? Come on back. For many, it's less about the utility and more about the aesthetic and the content that can be made with it. The absurd prices extend to the food as well, and people often post their insane food expenses, like one attendee showing off a plate of tacos and nachos that cost
$102.
$102, and we're
My God, that's like normal though. That's like normal for there. Like, I remember when me and Brooke went, we got like, it was like lunch or some shit there. We got like chicken tenders and fries, and it was like $68 or something.
Cold to the
for like two, so it was like $34 each.
touch. Others revealed that they paid over $20 for a simple cocktail and $17 for a small cup of lemonade. And regardless,
dude, I would just get the double vodka margarita, or not vodka. I would get double tequila margarita, or like the double vodka Red Bulls, and I would just slam those.
Coachella still sells like crazy, and people will gladly drop a small fortune over the course of the weekend. Yeah, no shit. I don't know. People who complain about that stuff, they're like, yeah, but I mean, it's $100 for nachos.
I never understand when an influencer, like, I'm gonna sit there and be like, it's overpriced, but I paid like VIP and then also what was there. Like, I paid as little as I could, you know? I hate when people are like, I just spent $98,000 on Coachella. Are you freaking kidding me? You chose to do that, right? You bought 4 VIP passes, got into like 9 after parties, fucking rented out an Airbnb for 35 grand. It's like, that's your fault. Like, Coachella's expensive, but like, you could probably get like lowest VIP. You could get like 2 tickets if you get them not uppriced, you know, from some scalper and like a tent or some shit. Like, you could spend like 8 grand for 2 people, which is still crazy though.
Like, why are you ordering it? What do you expect? It's like going to the airport and being like, can you believe these prices?
Well, you kind of get trapped if you.
Didn't Sophie Rain say she spent like $200K though?
You can do car camping because you cannot.
I gotta look that up. Sophie Rain said she spent $193,845 on a 3-day Coachella trip for her friends and herself. It was an $83,000 Airbnb for 3 days. For 3 days, maybe 4 nights. 4 nights, Thursday through Sunday. $20,000 a day. $67,000 for 12 artist passes and $37,000 for a private jet. Okay, well, she spent $193K to bring 12 people to full access Coachella, and she also makes like $80 million a year. So. That's like not a lot of money. That's like not a lot of money for her.
Yeah.
Which, granted, if you're camping, you should bring food.
Well, why didn't you bring food? Yeah. I mean, it's like, just bring a bunch of fucking bologna and cheese sandwiches. You know what I mean? Why not? If this all sounds far too expensive, don't worry, because now people are signing up for payment plans in order to pay off the insane ticket prices in smaller
No, just don't go. Don't go. If you are putting yourself on a fucking Klarna, like, pay later shit, like, yo, you should not be going to Coachella if you're doing installments for a year.
installments. In 2020,
for 6 months.
5 reports showed that 60% of attendees, around 80,000 people, utilized this to afford their ticket. Many people.
What? Yo, you're paying that shit off on Christmas.
People literally take on this payment plan with zero guarantee that they'll be able to pay off every month. And on the Coachella subreddit, one woman titled a post, quote, "Hey, Coachella fam, I need help." And she explained, "Hey, Coachella fam, I need help." And it explains how she needs someone from the community to lend her $272, quote, in the...
I'm sorry if this is not allowed on here. I just don't know what else to do. I found out I missed a payment and got an email saying if I not paid by today by 5 p.m. PST, so 3 hours, I lose my order. I tried live chat, but they said I can only notate my account and can't guarantee it won't be canceled. I don't get paid until Tuesday. It's just over $272 for my payment. Is anybody here able to help me out till Tuesday? Or anybody give me some advice on how I can delay payment? If Anybody here can help. I can just verify myself however you need. Show you my pay stubs and direct deposit proof. This has just been a rough couple of months financially, and I'm going to cry if this order gets canceled this close to being paid. Please help, fam. Like, I get she's in a rough financial spot, and, like, that's sucky, and I do feel bad about that. But it's also, like, bro, like, it's really, like, just, like, you shouldn't be going to Coachella if you have to do, like, if you're putting yourself in this much of a financial struggle where you actually don't have the money. Like, that's what this is. This is, like, I don't have rent money, right? Like, I can't pay anything.
To lend her $272, quote, in the spirit of Coachella, because the charge.
Like, I don't have $272 to my name to pay for this. What or why are we going?
Is coming in just days before she gets paid from her job. E-bagging online to basically pay off the Coachella loan sharks that you've had. You know what I mean? Come on, hello, Coachella fan.
Elder millennial. So I lost my job at State Farm.
I need you guys.
So I can't afford to go to Coachella anymore. I've already paid 5 out of the 6 months, and they're going to cancel my order.
It's to bankroll me. Thank you. You know what's the thing, though, is that women... Sorry, women. Being a little misogynistic here. If you're like an attractive person, even if you're a guy or girl, if you're an attractive person, you could post a picture of yourself and be like, looking just for help on this ticket. You would 100% get people doing that just for the fact of like, you want to...
Yeah, you could find a gooner that would pay for the ticket.
Link up? Like a $1,000,000%. a million billion %.
I had buddies who did something similar to that with their friends. They paid for their tickets so they can hang out with them.
Didn't you do that? I thought you paid so you could...
That's like an ultimate hack if you're just a woman at a bar. Go up. Hey, can you buy me a drink? Sure. Any guy. If you're like at all attractive and you walk up to a guy at a bar and go, hey, can you buy me a drink? You want to do a shot? And they go, oh, yeah. Because the guy's going to be holding his orange crush like this. Wait, yeah. $30 that he pays it. You know, you have a conversation for 2 minutes. You go, I got to go meet with my friends. Just walk away. This won't work for me. I'm ugly. Don't say that about yourself. And if I'm being honest, it'll still probably work. Have you ever done that? No. Yeah, at a gay bar. I've tied my shirt up and walked up. No, get the fuck out of here. I met Joe at a gay bar. I go to gay bars all the time. I've gone to some gay bars that are a little overwhelming. And I support the LGBTQ. And there's 2 different types of gay bars. There's LGBTQ bars, like LGBTQ inclusive bars. And then there's gay bars. And then there's gay bars, right? And what I mean by that is you walk in and there is a dude with assless chaps. And I go, ooh. And not judging, you know, it's just like didn't really, you know, expect that sometimes. And you get attracted? No. But I'll walk up, maybe chat to him, buy a drink, have a conversation, walk away. Dude, gay people are awesome. I don't think you realize the positive vibes at a gay bar. You walk into a fucking gay bar, everybody's happy. Super happy. Gay and gay. Both meaning both homosexual. And what if the Minions served Hitler during World War II?
What if during World War II the Minions picked Hitler as their evil master? Minions are compelled to serve the evilest master they can find, but they were exiled to an ice cave in the Arctic after serving Napoleon. Now, canonically, they reemerge in 1968, conveniently...
Yeah, they do that, conveniently skipping World War I and II. Shocker. Illumination Entertainment. Huh. Why did you skip the 1940s? The minions were just missing during World War II? Huh.
Skipping the 2 world wars. But what if we didn't let them off the hook that easy? What if they reemerged in 1938 instead? How could 3 small minions change the course of history?
No way this guy's going to make an in-depth video about if the Minions served Adolf Hitler.
From their...
Who did they serve in 1968 canonically? Who was the evilest person then? Gru? I gotta say that as well. We gotta take everything with a grain of salt. We're gonna lean into the fucking actual historical accuracy of canonical Minions. Because, yeah, like, Pol Pot, Fidel Castro, like, the Minions resurfaced in 1968, served a few people, and then went, hey, we're going to go with Gru. In modern day, but they live on Earth, and they have history. Gru's the most evil guy. Who's the most evil person alive right now? Dude, they'd be serving, like, Kim Jong-un. They'd be serving some fucking dictator that's fucking starving their people. Like, get out of here. They're going to be serving Gru. I'm going to steal the moon. I'm going to steal the moon. Oh, really? That guy's chopping kids' heads off. Stealing the moon, chopping kids' heads off. What? What? I mean, maybe, like, are the Minions looking at it at a utilitarian perspective where if Gru shrinks and steals the moon, that stops ocean tides and overall would turn into the like fucked rotation of Earth and kill all humans? Like, is he thinking, are the Minions going like in depth right now to like, hey, if Gru steals the moon, the adverse effects of stealing the moon would result in the death of all humans? I feel like that would be like maybe where they're going.
Ice cave in the Arctic, the Minions trekked south into Soviet territory.
Wait, what?
From their ice cave in the Arctic, the Minions trekked south into Soviet territory. In St. Petersburg, they learned of Hitler from a Soviet newsreel while huddled inside a theater for warmth. The film warned of a power-hungry dictator threatening freedom and peace. The perfect traits for an evil master. When they reached Nuremberg, the Minions immediately knew they were in the right place. Posters with Hitler's face on it were plastered everywhere. Swastikas were hanging from every building. The streets were packed with cheering Germans. For them? No.
Wouldn't the Minions immediately just get clipped and murdered in World War II times? Because the army would just be like, who the fuck? Oh, wait, no, they're immortal. They can't die. They can't die. It's hypothetical? No, because they can't die. Minions canonically, I don't think they reproduce. I think there's like a given number of them, but they're invincible, yeah.
They were in the middle of a military parade. The Minions are quickly arrested. While in prison, they caught the attention of Heinrich Himmler. Himmler was the head of the SS and deeply obsessed with the occult. He claimed that the master race came from Atlantis and believed that SS soldiers had reincarnated warrior souls. The Minions spent the next 18 months
He fucking believed that? Heinrich Himmler thought that the soldiers that were serving him had reincarnated souls from Atlantis. Like, I don't know which part of this is historical and which is, like, you know, panning into, we're talking about the Minions here.
During Nazi experimentation and torture. After cruelty proved ineffective and vivisection impossible, attempts at communication were made. Picture cards and gestures eventually revealed the Minions' mission. Himmler made a phone call. Mein Führer, he said. I believe I have found the origin of the master race. Gain the favor of their emissaries, and the war is won. Hitler is skeptical, but the evidence from the Minion torture trials was indisputable. By now, the war was in full swing, and not—
Minion torture trials? What, so they started fucking, like, cutting up the Minions and they just had no reaction? I always assumed a Minion would be, like, elastic. Like, you could kind of punch a— you could grab a Minion and squeeze it to, like, a compressed cube and let go, and it would just, like right back to what it looked like prior. Like, they can't— you can't cut it. Like, their skin's impierceable. You could shoot them. Nothing would happen. They're kind of like rubber creatures. Put subtitles on. Hard of hearing. Okay, I'll put yes, I will put subtitles on for this video.
Nazi forces had experienced their first major defeat at the Battle of Britain. They had to exploit any possible advantage. And so, the Minions became Hitler's constant companions. While living at Hitler's residence—
I mean, honestly, if we're really going into, like, the canonical abilities of Minions, if you have the Minions on your side, you physically can't lose. Like, you can't stop them. You couldn't stop a Minion.
The Minions were subjected to a constant stream of Nazi wartime propaganda, which they understood as movie nights. They'd get fitted for tiny uniforms, and soon literally be marching in lockstep. They deliver speeches at rallies and feel the rush of the loyal, ecstatic crowd's adoration.
I'm gonna say, though, like, aren't the minions more serving of evil masterminds that kind of have, like, idiotic ideas? Like, I'm going to destroy the sun! Not, I want to eradicate an ethnic group of people. You know? Like, I don't think the minions would really get behind the vibe of Adolf Hitler. Just off of my watching of, you know, Despicable Me 1, 2, 3. I don't think that I think they would see what's going on and then go, ugh. I don't know.
They toured the country, accompanying Hitler to demonstrations of the latest.
Stealing the moon was idiotic. Yes. That's like a kid's idea of something that's evil. Like, that's the minions serve childish evil ideas. Like, if you asked a 5-year-old, like, what's something really evil? They'd be like, I'm going to eliminate soda, which would actually probably benefit society, you know? Like, they would say something stupid like that because it's a kid's movie and the minions are dumb, right? The 5-year-old isn't going to be like, well, I would get rid of this group of people.
Wunderwaffen, like Heavy Gustav, the largest gun ever fired, even to this day.
They served Napoleon, true.
It shot shells the weight of 2 pickup trucks at targets over 20 miles away. It was pure catnip for the minions, who were seeing a fully mechanized superweapon for the first time. That night, the minions came to a consensus. They would contact their people and introduce them to their Fuhrer. It was during a demonstration of a futuristic jet fighter that Stuart's eye began to open. Bored with the technical details, he wandered off, away from the spotless showroom full of sycophantic Nazi scientists. He opened a door to the production line and was hit with a wave of hot, acrid air. Rows of haunted eyes looked up at him from dirty, gaunt faces. They were forced laborers, brought in from occupied territory. Stuart's heart plummeted. Was this the fate that awaited his kin? These men weren't minions, they were slaves. German guards descended on them with their cudgels, and Stuart could bear no more. He looked away. The other minions were reluctant to believe what Stuart had seen. Worse, Bob began to defend Hitler's actions. He was young, impressionable, his head full of ideas like patriotism and loyalty. Stuart begged the others to flee with him, but Bob refused, and Kevin wouldn't leave him behind. During a state dinner, Stuart slipped away and hid inside a shipping crate destined for Poland.
I can't believe I'm actually watching this right now. Like, and I'd say, this is like, I'm really trying to, like, get my head into this verse right now. But it's like, he's sitting there going, Bob's trying to defend Hitler's ideologies, but Stuart, on the other hand, really just wants him to be a part of the team.
The next few days moved quickly. Kevin and Bob spent their days in Hitler's war room. The Nazis were planning a surprise invasion of the Soviet Union, with a secondary goal of making contact with the minions still waiting in the ice cave. They'd follow German troops as far north as Leningrad, then travel with a specialized detachment equipped to traverse the Arctic expanse. All that was needed was for Kevin to point out the ice cave on the map. He hesitated, just for a moment, but Hitler noticed. Back at Hitler's home, he invited Kevin into his study. He commended Kevin's bravery for going on this mission, which will bring the yellow Wundervolk to the forefront of the Nazi war effort.
And keep in mind, half of this conversation is... right? You have Hitler trying to communicate with a fucking minion right now, and he's just going, banana, as a response.
Unfortunately, he says, with sudden menace, Bob will not be joining you. He'll stay here, right by my side. Do you understand? Kevin understood. Bob would serve as collateral to make sure Kevin completed the mission.
Collateral for what? You can't kill Bob. They're invincible. They're like rubber. They have the gum power. You can't fucking hurt them. You can't threaten. What do you mean? What? So he's saying, oh, I'm gonna if you don't complete this mission, Bob's gonna get it. Bob's gonna get what?
Meanwhile, Stuart came out of his crate and into a nightmare. The Warsaw Ghetto saw nearly 500,000 Jews crammed into an area hardly bigger than 1 square mile. Nazis distributed less than 200 calories per day, with the intention of creating mass starvation. Most of the food was smuggled, and this was how Stuart proved his loyalty to the Jewish resistance. When the true purpose of the Nazi resettlement program became clear, the resistance prepared for battle. Soon, Stuart was smuggling more than food. Weapons, fuel, anything that could help the resistance. He became known as the Yellow Golem, after the tireless servant.
He could just kill Hitler! What the fuck are we talking about? This guy made an entire fucking movie. Bro, he's literally right next to him at all times. He could just fucking shoot him. What do you mean? He's like inadvertently he's doing like all smuggling and helping people. Bro, just fucking kill him.
When SS forces entered the ghetto, they were prepared. Victory was impossible, but at least this way they could go out on their own terms. In the ensuing uprising, Stuart led an effort that smuggled dozens of civilians to safety, then threw himself into battle. He burned out a German tank with just gasoline and a cigar. But in the end, the Nazis razed the ghetto to the ground. Stuart was ready to die with his fellow partisans, but at the last possible moment he was smuggled out, and into the hands of American intelligence. Now at Leningrad, long-range air...
The American intelligence chloroformed fucking Stuart. What, and brought him to Alamo to help build the nuclear bomb? Where is this story going? Where's this story going? He's gonna go meet Oppenheimer?
Craft with skis were prepared for their one-way mission. Kevin noticed weapons being loaded, and explosives. It was only then that he began to realize the true extent of his collaboration, and his people, his innocent, naive kin, would pay the price. He thought of Bob and felt a welling of
kin? They're their kids? How do they fuck? How does a minion reproduce? It's budding. We had a whole conversation about this the other day. It has to be like budding. How does a minion reproduce? Minions don't reproduce in a normal way. They're essentially immortal beings that evolved from single-cell organisms at the dawn of time, with their numbers remaining relatively consistent through history, though some theories move and movie moments like Stuart turning into a chicken and laying an egg suggest unusual asexual methods of just poofing them into existence. They don't reproduce sexually or asexually. Their numbers don't grow or shrink significantly. Well, they wouldn't grow or shrink at all. They're all male. Well, they don't have penises. Why? If they can't reproduce sexually or asexually, what is the point of them having a sex? They're just minions.
They flew until the plane's tanks were run dry. When they landed, the commandos began to cannibalize the aircraft.
How do they pee? I don't know if they eat, dude. I've only ever seen them eat bananas. I've only ever seen them eat bananas. I don't even know if they eat the bananas. I feel like they just like bananas because they're yellow. I don't know. I need more info about minions before we go further.
The mood was grim. They had no means of return or resupply. They had to rely on the word of a minion that there would be anything at all at the location. Worse yet, a strong headwind meant they landed short. They estimated a 2 weeks trek to the cave. Kevin led them there, hating himself the whole time. He ate his last banana and thought of the absurdity
they eat bananas
of a tropical fruit in the frozen Arctic. It took even longer than anticipated.
Kevin was pondering the absurdity of a tropical fruit in an Arctic area. Really?
Almost 4 weeks in the end. When they arrived, the commandos were half starved. They were ready to descend on the minion village and loot it for anything edible, even minion flesh. In order to prevent mutiny, the commando leader held a gun to his second-in-command and executed him in cold blood. Kevin is sent into the ice cave alone. To be reunited with the others after all he experienced felt joyous at first, but it gave way to a deep gulf of pain and separation. The past few years left him utterly changed compared to the naive minion he was nearly 4 years ago. He took the podium and spoke of what he had
Yeah, how simple life was when they used to just serve a T-Rex.
Seen and done. He warned against blind devotion to a charismatic leader, the end result of hate.
And then they all go, papaya, papa boy. They all understand what he's saying.
Then he explained their present situation. He begged for forgiveness and rallied the minions together. When they emerged from the ice cave to greet the Nazis, they were armed. Their resistance was met with machine guns and rifles, It was shaping up to be a massacre, but the minions would no longer bend to tyrants. Suddenly, the commandos noticed a cloud of ice on the horizon, approaching faster than possible. At its center, a yellow speck. It was Stuart, but he was completely transformed. American scientists augmented him in an accelerated version of the Mega Minions program from Despicable Me 4. The order was given to fire.
I haven't seen Despicable Me 4.
But Mega Stuart was there. Bullets bounced off of his rocky yellow hide as he worked himself into a frenzy. The SS commandos could do nothing as Mega Stuart sadistically killed them, the horrors of Warsaw fresh in his mind. The leader took Kevin hostage and revealed the detonator to a bomb. He threatened to collapse the ice cave. They were standing on its roof. Mega Stuart simply reached out his arm.
They can't die! What?
Don't step any further. Don't step any further or Bob gets it.
Bob gets what?
Ripped the Nazis' mind to shreds.
What?
Mega Stuart simply reached out his arm and ripped the Nazis' mind to shreds. In seconds, he relived every atrocity he ever committed, with such intensity his brain cooked like an egg. Several months later, Kevin effectively became the leader of the Minions, and they began construction of an impenetrable ice fortress around the cave. Minions
the Pentagon!
Proved to be far more isolationist in this timeline, and the next time they exposed themselves to humanity, they would be prepared. One morning, Kevin walked in on Stuart putting on his super suit. It's time to say goodbye, Stuart.
Oh, I thought that was just his body.
Explained. His American handlers needed his help on the Pacific Front, and he was duty-bound. Years later, Stuart testified at the Nuremberg.
I wonder how Stuart's gonna feel about the Vietnam War in the coming years.
Trials. They showed all that remained of Hitler's body.
What do you think his response is gonna be there?
Just a burnt jawbone found in a bombed-out crater. On the slide, Stuart noticed the remains of a pair of goggles, cracked and blackened by heat. That was all that was left of Bob as well, he realized with mounting horror. Poor Bob, sweet, innocent Bob. It seemed he had stayed by Hitler's side throughout his final days in the Führer bunker, although rumors of a yellow creature spotted in Argentina persisted for decades. The cold
Bob fled to Argentina to live out Nazi ideologies in a German community in South America.
War began. Stuart played an instrumental role for American intelligence. He worked alongside the supervillain known as the Bald Terror, who would later prove to be the father of one Felonious Gru. Spy satellites revealed a plutonium production complex at the Minion Autonomous Oblast. But all that happened in Minions 2, Cold War. While researching this video, I was actually able to find Bob's goggles on eBay. I bought them, I couldn't resist, and I went and put them on my shelf. I can't wait to see what else goes up here. If you like this, you'll probably like my next video too, which I'm calling I Get $1 Million, but I'm hunted by a genius gorilla for life. I'm trying to make these videos.
I gotta subscribe to Mitchell Sack, bro. This guy is fucking... What video is he making? Oh my god. Hunted by genius gorilla for life. He just posted that 2 hours ago. Bro, he only has 3 videos. Oh my god. Thriving internet theory. This one from a goofy idea based on a meme to a genius alternate history thriller. Top 10 debut video. What if Mossad kidnapped Bob from Argentina to go on trial? Must be the sequel to this. The Minions served Pharaoh, Dracula, Napoleon, 3 figures responsible for innumerable deaths and enslavement. They would find absolutely zero issues with Hitler's atrocities. Yeah, I mean, like, aren't they effectively just... I mean, that's if we're going... Like, I'm just basing how I perceive Minions, how they act and how they think off of their interactions with Gru. But if you're going off of the Minion movie and how they... and who they've, you know, like, served previously, they would technically be fine with anything that anyone did. But how do you think they would find the most evil person? After him, it's like, now there's just a handful of people that are like serial killers, dictators. I feel like it has to be in a utilitarian perspective of like, who's doing the most evil worldwide? All right. I gotta piss real quick, then we're gonna... Evil real human experiments that actually happened. Visual Venture video. Lock in.
The CIA knew that it was breaking, every moral, ethical, and legal law in the books to do these experiments.
But
Yeah, it was I feel like the big three are World War II Germany, World War II Japan, and then like 1990 to 2008 CIA did like the worst experiments on people. Stanford prison experiment. I would not say the Stanford prison experiment is on par with like the CIA literally just drugging people and seeing like the limits of the human body with like the torture program. Like, yeah, I think the Stanford prison experiment wasn't actually meant to like be that bad from the start. And it did get bad, but not to the extent of like, yeah, Nazi doctors literally like trying to like see if the brains of twins could be switched or whatever weird shit they did. Giving people like just deadly diseases and seeing how they'd survive. The CIA thought LSD was such a powerful drug it could be used for mind control. They thought there was a time where the CIA was working on like what a so-called truth serum would be. And so they would, two American citizens, John Kiriakou talks about this, and I love watching his clips, but he said they would go around and pick up guys that were trying to get like prostitutes in like San Fran, and then they would drug them. They would like bring them to this area, drug them, and then try and get them to like tell them their darkest secrets or something. I'm like, imagine being a regular guy. Well, not regular guy, you're picking up a prostitute, but still. Imagine being a guy in San Fran. You're like thinking you're going to get laid, pay $100 to like some lady. And then you get fucking dosed with like high levels of acid and just interrogated to see like what you would spill. Like, oh my God. And they would put hummus up their ass. Yeah, they would do that.
Story was that the final results for this cruel test were not even noteworthy.
He says he's not going to go on. Please continue.
He says he doesn't want to go on.
We must continue.
Today, experiments have strict rules to protect people, but that wasn't always the case. In the past, researchers experimented on people without considering the consequences, and the damage often lasted a lifetime. In this video, we'll explore evil human experiments that—
Well, and then the most fuck shit too is they do all that, and it's so fucked up, and they're doing it for research. And then to hide it, they fucking got rid of like 90% of the, papers on a lot of the shit they did. So all of it was for nothing, right? I'm not saying it was justified at all, but like you already did it. You might as well keep the information you gathered, but they destroyed it because they didn't want to get in trouble. So it's like, all right, well now we just did that for actually no reason.
Actually happened, starting with the unsettling cases and ending with the most horrifying.
Unit 731, well, the U.S. also bought a lot of that information from the Japanese, from what they learned.
So it is the new year, guys, and I want to encourage you guys to be the best version of yourselves that you can be. And it would mean the world if you subscribe, and I promise to do my best to make the best videos I possibly can for you. I'm Visual Venture, and you are awesome. MK Ultra. For years, the MK Ultra experiment sounded like a made-up story. Many believed it was simply too cruel to be real. But in 1973, the truth came out. Declassified CIA files confirmed that MK Ultra actually happened, and it involved illegal human experiments.
It was the most secret program ever conducted by the CIA in the United States.
But the worst part was not how extreme the experiments were. It was that people were forced to take part in it. MK Ultra officially began in 1953. At that time, the CIA believed other countries were developing brainwashing and mind control techniques. But there was no evidence to confirm this. But the agency didn't want to fall behind, so they launched MK Ultra. The goal was clear: find ways to erase the memory and then control the mind.
Can we actually control a person?
And how do you even start doing that? Like it's like on some serial killer level shit. Like trying to actually drug people and just test different substances that are going to permanently fuck people up.
Personality, can we make them behave in certain ways, make them do something?
MK Ultra quickly grew into a massive operation. It included more than 150 separate projects. These
literally what Jeffrey Dahmer was doing. Actually, though, when did Jeffrey Dahmer do all that stuff, though? I think it was after MK Ultra. If it started in the 50s. Jeffrey Dahmer was a serial killer in what, like the 70s or the 80s?
Projects took place in universities, hospitals, and even in public. And some of the methods were so inappropriate that keeping this a secret became necessary.
You know, the CIA knew that it was breaking, you know, every moral, ethical, and legal law in the books to do these experiments.
One of the CIA's main tools was mind-altering drugs. Researchers wanted to know whether dosing people made them easier to control.
Even people in the public were given drugs without their awareness or consent. And
yeah, what was that one story? I think they did it to a town in like France or some shit where they like drugged the bread and the whole town lost it. Where did the CIA drug the bread? Yeah, Pont Saint-Esprit, France. In August of 1951, the CIA drugged 250 people with, like, they drugged the food, causing hallucinations and 7 deaths. Theories suggesting CIA involvement. It was definitely the CIA. It is 100%. Oh my God.
And experimented upon.
But secretly dosing people sometimes ended in disaster. Frank Olson's story is a perfect example. Olson was a scientist working with U.S. intelligence. In 1953, he attended a meeting with colleagues. During that meeting, the CIA spiked Olson's drink with a truth serum. He had no idea. Agents stood nearby and watched how it affected him. When the substance took effect, Olson became emotionally unstable. A witness described him as,
I don't want to say that you would know. I know this is like the 50s too, and people didn't have as much knowledge on like what being under like a hallucinogenic substance would feel like. But like outside of being like straight up roofied and like given Rufinol where you like actually like start to lose consciousness and memory, if I'm sober and you give me a glass of water with acid in it, I'm gonna know that I'm tripping. Okay? Like, it's not gonna be a truth serum because I'm gonna be like, wow, I feel really fucking weird now. You drugged me. You're not going to know what you're on, but you're going to be like, I'm definitely not sober.
The effect lasted for days. 1 week later, Olson
Days?
was staying at a hotel. He suddenly woke up in the middle of the night and ran around the room in his underwear. Then he fell from a hotel window. He didn't survive. But Olson wasn't the only victim of MK Ultra. Many MK Ultra experiments took place in hospitals and psych wards.
However, some of the most damaging experiments occurred at the Allen Memorial Institute in Montreal, Canada.
The patients were already vulnerable. Instead of receiving proper care, they were treated like guinea pigs. MK Ultra doctors wanted to learn how to erase memories.
And he thought that if you could bring a person back down to a blank slate, remove all the environmental inputs that have been put into them, and then you can build them back up in your image into whatever you want them to be.
The methods used were too
Yeah, but I feel like that's not even like not only not feasibly possible. Like, how would you, if you were to mind wipe like a 35-year-old man, what are you erasing? How are you targeting specific memories? Because are you mind wiping everything they've ever known? Like, are you fully restarting, like, they don't even know how to speak? Like, what? Yeah, McChunky, I know his mind, but I'm saying, like, are you removing memories or are you removing functional capabilities as well? Because if you're removing are you trying to get rid of, like, okay, what their name is, their childhood, all this, and then they're going to be like a blank slate that still understands what math is in society, but they don't know where they are or who they are? Because, like, that's what you would want. If you were to mind wipe somebody to try and create them into some weird, like, sleeper, agent that you can form to whatever you want, you would want them to still be functionally capable in a way that they still understand English, and they still know what math is, and they still know how to drive a car. They just don't know who they are, where they came from, how they got there. Yeah, like, literally, like, yeah, Bucky. Like some shit out of Marvel.
Many patients didn't understand what was happening. That made it nearly impossible for them to refuse. By the time patients were discharged, they were seriously affected.
He never came out the same. He had a blank look in his eye. He didn't know who we were. He didn't know we were his daughters.
MK Ultra experiments also took place in prisons. Inmates were given substances and their reactions were closely monitored. The program continued for nearly 10 years, and so many of the things they did were illegal.
They were also experimenting with aerosol LSD. Like, can we disperse it into a crowd? Can we?
Holy fuck.
Disperse it over a city. What does it do in water supplies? And just some insane stuff.
Well, what do you think's gonna happen? Like, there's people, when you willingly want to take LSD, there's people that have great trips and there's people that have bad trips. But I don't see a world where you dosed somebody with LSD without their knowledge and anything good happens. Like, okay, to put it in perspective, I've taken mushrooms, right, multiple times. I've tripped, and I've had good trips, and I've had bad trips. And I'm not advocating for mushroom usage. I don't think you should do it. You know, I think there is medicinal purposes, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to get into that. Okay, it's a conversation for another day. Besides that, if you gave me psilocybin and didn't tell me, I'm guaranteed tweaking. Guaranteed. I'm going to know that I'm tripping, but I'm going to go, what the fuck? Like, because you're just going to be in such a bad mindset.
1963, the CIA officially ended MKUltra. This was the explanation recorded inside the CIA director's office.
His office reported, the concepts involved in manipulating human behavior are found by many people, both within and outside the agency, to be distasteful and unethical.
After the program ended, the CIA director ordered most MKUltra files destroyed. The goal was to keep the experiments hidden, but that plan failed a few years.
Have you tried dipahydramine? Isn't that like Benadryl? What the fuck is that? Yeah, bro. I also gotta say, that's the most degenerative thing ever. Motherfuckers that take like 20 Benadryl and then see the Hat Man, that's dying. That's dying.
Years after it ended,
Bro called it by its medical term. Have you ever taken Benadryl? Yeah, I've taken Benadryl, not in high doses.
a reporter found out
Don't. Kratom? I've taken Kratom. I have a whole video on all the fucking things I've done.
about the program and blew the whistle.
In 1974, Seymour Hersh exposed the MKUltra program when he wrote about it for the New York Times.
The article caused public outrage. Soon after, Congress launched an investigation. The CIA was forced to admit the truth.
During those hearings, the CIA finally admitted that this program existed. They admitted that it was probably not the right thing to do, but they feigned innocence.
By then, most of the records were destroyed. That meant the full scope of MKUltra would never be known, and victims were left without justice. Up next is an experiment that intentionally instilled fear in people. The Landis Facial Expression Experiment. In 1924, psychologist Carney Landis began a study on human reactions.
I don't think I've ever heard this one. Landis Facial Expression Experiment?
He wanted to know if everyone makes the same face when they feel the same emotion, like fear, disgust, and so on. I mean, it was a reasonable question, but in trying to find the answer, Landis created one of the most horrifying experiments ever, and those who suffered most were his test subjects. Landis recruited young college students for the study. On paper, the plan was simple. He was going to trigger emotions like disgust and joy and capture them on camera.
So he needs to get you to feel emotions to get a picture of your face.
The first thing he did was...
This doesn't seem that fucked up, though, on surface level. Just trying to get, like, what's, like, a sour face is like, or, like, sad or happy. Like, how does this go bad? Like, he starts, like, hurting people?
Paint thick black lines across each volunteer's face. He said the markings would help track facial expressions in photos. Next, he mounted a camera on the wall. It was positioned to capture everything. At this point, it still looked like a normal psychology study. But things were about to get dark. Landis wanted to see the face people made when they felt uncomfortable. To trigger that reaction, he showed volunteers a set of unsettling images.
Then he shows you medical photos of people with horrendous skin conditions.
The volunteers were clearly distressed, and the camera recorded every reaction. Next, Landis moved on to fear.
Then he goes behind a curtain and sets off a firecracker to capture on film the exact moment of your fright.
He didn't just use firecrackers. Landis also fired a weapon close to the volunteers. Once again, his goal was to capture the exact moment of their fright. Then the experiment escalated. Landis told the volunteers to close their eyes and stick their hands into a metal bucket. Inside, they felt something slimy. The bucket was full of live frogs, kicking and squirming. Landis recorded their expressions, but he wasn't finished. He instructed them to search the bottom of the bucket for an object.
So after searching...
Can't they just say, like, are they required to do this? I feel like at some point a volunteer would be like, no. Like, second bro fires a gun off in the room, I'm out.
Through all these frogs for some time, finally, the participant found their surprise.
Their hands touched a live electrical coil. An electrical shock ripped through their bodies.
So the participants were also getting shocked by that time. And that time they were facial expressions were also recorded.
Still, Landis
And why are we doing this? Like, what is this bettering in science? Like, what is learning the human facial expressions gaining?
wasn't satisfied. He wanted stronger reactions. Landis brought out a small mouse. It
Oh my god, and fucking kills it.
was live. Then he ordered each volunteer to end the mouse.
And if they didn't, he would do it for them in front of them while they watched.
Almost everyone asked Landis if he was joking. They quickly realized he wasn't. Landis wanted to take a photo of their faces as they carried out the act. Many volunteers refused at first, but Landis pressured them. One by one, most of them gave in. About 1/3 refused to do it themselves, but Landis didn't let them off the hook. Landis did it himself. He made them watch. The camera clicked again and again. The experiment was over. Now it was time to assess the results. After triggering all of these emotions, Landis reviewed the photos, and he found no clear pattern. There was no typical facial expression for any emotion. Fear, disgust, and shock looked different from person to person. In fact,
You had to fucking kill a mouse in front of people and electrocute them and shoot a gun near them to figure that one out? I mean, this guy's an idiot. This guy's... I could have told you that. I could have told you that from just watching people on a day-to-day basis. Yeah, what smiling looks like for some people is different for others.
smiling was the most common reaction, even during unpleasant experiences. When Landis published his findings, many people criticized how the volunteers were treated. The part involving the mouse caused the most outrage. That's why today, the Landis facial expression experiment is remembered for its cruelty, not its science. Up next is an experiment that had lasting consequences on a child. The Little Albert experiment. Fear is a survival tool.
I'm shocked at how I haven't heard of, like, I heard of the first one, that was it.
It warns us when danger is near.
Like, he's going through some fucking niche experiments I've never heard of.
The Little Albert experiment.
Little Albert.
Fear is a survival tool. It warns us when danger is near. But for decades, psychologists argued about where fear comes from. Are we born with it, or does the world teach us what to fear? In 1920, two researchers decided to stop debating and find out for themselves. They wanted to train someone to fear something specific, even if that thing was harmless. Before the experiment could begin, they ran into a major issue. They couldn't use adults. Adults already have memories and life experiences, so they know what's scary and what isn't. The researchers needed someone with no sense of what could be scary. Ideally, they needed a baby. The researchers eventually found a baby in the hospital where they worked.
It is weird how, like, young infants don't fear, like, scary masks because they still don't have a full recognition of what, like, a normal human looks like. And then after a while, right, like when they're like 3 or 4 or whatever, like clown masks and shit are terrifying.
The baby's real name was never recorded. In the study, he was called Albert B. Albert was only 9 months old. The researchers planned to teach him fear. To do this, they used a method called classical conditioning. Here's the concept. If you pair something harmless with something frightening, the brain may link the two. If you repeat that pairing enough times, the brain learns a new rule. This object means danger. The researchers decided to test this idea on little Albert. They began by showing him a white lab rat. Albert showed no fear. He tried to touch the rat. Next, they showed him a rabbit, a dog, and a monkey. None of the animals frightened him.
First, as you see here, the investigators demonstrated that prior to conditioning, little Albert had no fears of any animals.
At that point, the scientists needed a way to trigger fear. They struck a steel bar using a hammer. The noise startled Albert, and he burst into tears.
I mean, but do we really need to do an experiment on Albert to know this? I mean, like, you could just know that through, like, regular dog conditioning. Like, if every time you want, like, for example, every time you need to take your dog out, right, when they're a puppy, you ring a bell by the door. You take your dog out, ring a bell. Take your dog out, ring a bell. Now the dog associates having to piss or shit with the bell, so it rings the bell when it has to go poop. In the same sense, you're going to link two things. That's just any animal brain is going to do that. Like, you didn't need to do this to figure that out.
Now they knew what made him scared. The researchers showed Albert...
Yeah, Pavlov dogs already proved that. That's what I'm saying. But, like, why are we doing this then? Why are we now showing the kid a rat and fucking striking a drum or a bar or something to scare him?
The rat again. He smiled and reached for it just like before. At that exact moment, they made the loud noise again.
In the conditioning phase of the study, which was not filmed, the investigators struck a steel bar with a hammer, whenever Albert reached for a rat.
Albert heard the noise and cried. To strengthen the connection, they repeated the process. After several rounds, the scientists finally got the result they wanted. Albert didn't need to hear the noise anymore. Seeing the rat alone made him cry.
The investigators believed that the child's reaction during this trial demonstrated his newly acquired fear of white rat.
They successfully taught a baby to fear something specific, but the experiment wasn't over yet. The researchers wanted to see if Albert's fear would transfer to similar objects, so they placed a rabbit in front of Albert. It was white and furry, just like the rat. Albert cried. Next, they brought in a dog and a monkey. He cried again. It seemed Albert was scared of anything soft, white, or furry. They even showed him a Santa Claus beard, and he burst into tears. The researchers planned to remove the fear later, but they never got the chance. Albert's mother suddenly left the hospital with her child. Maybe she realized something was wrong. No one knows for sure. What we do know is this: Albert never received treatment to reverse the fear. For decades, Albert's identity remained a mystery. Researchers only knew he was born around 1919. Finally, in 2014, investigators believed they finally identified him. They concluded that he was a man named Albert Barger. They wanted to interview him, but they couldn't. Albert already passed away at the age of 87. Instead, they spoke with his family. They described Albert as gentle and calm, but there was something strange about him. Albert couldn't stand being around animals. It was so bad that family members had to keep their dogs in a separate room when he visited. If Albert Barger was...
Wow, they really, after one day of doing this, or like 2 days of doing this, it like permanently fucked him up?
really little Albert, it's possible that the fear from the experiment never faded. The little Albert experiment showed that fear can be learned through classical conditioning, but the fact that they used...
Do you think there's any way that could have been reversed, though? Like, through... Like, I think what they would have had to do is, like, the mom would have had to, like, slowly, immediately try to reintroduce animals. Like, if she just left and then went on about her day and kept raising her kid, yeah, like an exposure therapy. But, like, immediately.
The baby was just wrong. This next case answered the question, how easily can you make a good person do bad things? The Milgram shock experiment. Most people believe
I've heard of this one.
They are good. In the early 1960s, psychologist Stanley Milgram decided to test that belief.
Stanley Milgram was interested in the psychology of obedience.
Milgram designed an experiment to answer one dark question. Can a good person be pressured into doing something evil simply because their leader or boss orders them to? Milgram's question was inspired by the events of World War II. After the war, many people involved in horrific crimes were put on trial. Almost all of them gave the same excuse. They were just following orders. As a psychologist, Milgram found this blind obedience deeply troubling. He wanted to know if ordinary Americans could also be pressured to hurt others.
He decided to see how subjects would react when a researcher pushed them to do things that went against their morals.
The first step was selecting
But
volunteers.
they didn't actually shock people in this experiment, didn't they? Like, you could say psychologically this is fucked up, but they didn't actually make people shock somebody else. They would press the button, and then somebody would fake scream in the back and be like, ah! And then they'd do 100 volts. Ah! They'd fucking yell. And then eventually, like, if it got to a high point, like, they wouldn't respond or something.
Of his experiment. He put out an ad offering $4 for 1 hour of their time. But Milgram turned away anyone with a violent
What year?
history or criminal record. He wanted everyday people who knew right from wrong. Once the volunteers were selected, the experiment began. Milgram conducted the study at Yale University.
$4. What year was this? $4. It was after World War II, so it's like at least, it's probably the 50s. So it's the 70s. When was the Milgram? 1961. $4 in 1961 today. $43.
University. But he lied to the volunteers about the purpose of the experiment.
Volunteers were told they were taking part in scientific research to improve memory.
Each volunteer sat at a desk with a machine in front of them. That machine delivers a shock. Wires connected the machine to a chair in the next room. Each volunteer watched as another man was strapped into the chair. Electrodes were attached to his body. Then a barrier was placed between them. From that moment on, the volunteer could not see the person in the electric chair. The instructions were straightforward. The volunteer would ask a question. The man in the chair would answer. If the answer was wrong, the volunteer pressed a switch and delivered an electric shock.
You're going to read these words out and see if he can remember them. And if he gets it wrong, You hit this button and deliver a shock.
But the shocks weren't all the same.
He was told to increase the voltage with each wrong answer.
That was the task. Press a button and shock another person for making a mistake. Milgram wanted to see how far volunteers would go before they refused.
Cloud, horse, rock, house. Answer. Wrong.
Each shock triggered a reaction from the man in the chair.
Answer. Wrong. 150 volts.
However,
150 volts? Wouldn't that fucking kill you? How many volts? How many volts kills someone? Above 50 volts is considered dangerous.
There was one more thing the volunteer didn't know. The man in the chair was an actor. He wasn't actually being shocked. His reactions were fake. As the experiment continued, the actor yelled to stop.
Experiment, that's all. Get me out of here. Get me out of here, please. I refuse to go on. Let me out.
At this point, the volunteers hesitated.
He says he's not going to go on. Please continue.
He says he doesn't want to go on.
We must continue.
But the researchers insisted they continue.
The experiment requires you continue, teacher. Please continue.
And most volunteers did. They felt they were doing something wrong, but they kept pushing the button.
So the guy keeps getting it wrong. Around 250 volts, he's screaming.
Some volunteers strongly protested.
I'm not going to kill that man there. I mean, who's going to take the responsibility if anything happens to that gentleman? I'm responsible for anything that happens here. Continue, please.
Eventually, the man in the other room went silent.
I think something's happened to that fellow in there. I don't get no answer.
Oh my god, dude. You know how scary that is? You do the last shock and he just has no fucking response?
At that point, the experiment ended.
And now you just think he killed somebody?
Milgram published the results in 1963.
2/3 of volunteers were prepared to administer a potentially fatal electric shock when encouraged to do so.
In total, 65% of volunteers went all the way to the maximum 450 volts. That meant that if the shocks were real, they would have ended the person in the chair. Milgram's experiment proved something disturbing. People don't need to be evil to do harm. Sometimes they just have to be told to do it.
Decent Americans.
It's a fucked up experiment, but this is like one of the only ones where what was taken away from it is like, it explains a lot of like war, where one guy can make millions of people die by basically just commanding the people below them who command the people below them who command the people below them.
Citizens were as capable of committing acts against their conscience as the Germans had been under the Nazis.
The monster study. What could make an experiment so disturbing that people called it the monster study? The study was created by Wendell Johnson. He was a respected professor at the University of Iowa. Despite his success, he lived with a deep personal struggle. Johnson stuttered a lot. Stuttering is a speech impediment that disrupts the normal flow of speaking. Back in the 1930s, doctors believed stuttering was caused by a biological defect. In other words, stutterers were simply born that way. But Johnson had a different theory based on his personal experience.
You know what fascinates me is Tourette's. I've seen people with Tourette's. I've never actually met somebody with Tourette's. I've always wanted to know, like, how that works. You know? Like, I know this, like, the science behind it, but I'm saying, Jinxie has Tourette's? Jinxie has Tourette's? He has, like, smaller tics, though. Really? What, where he blinks? Yeah, like this? I thought he just does that. I'm more so talking about people with Tourette's that outburst physically. You know what I mean? Like people that curse, like they just have like things they say. Like usually they'll have like a set few that kind of just like outbursts and then like maybe they change over time. I'm just like, how does that work? Like your brain just immediately triggers you to do it unconsciously. It makes more sense like with the eyes like blinking because it's like a physical just twitch almost versus something that's like verbally being like a vocal stim.
Apparently, he had spoken normally his whole life until the age of about 5 or 6.
I gotta ask Jinxie about that.
6, when a teacher told his
Does he talk about that?
Parents that he was starting to exhibit a bit of a stutter.
That comment from his teacher was a trigger. Johnson became anxious about speaking.
He coughs.
Over time, he actually...
I've never noticed. See, that's what's so... I've never... Like, and I've played games with him, and I watched Jinxie. I've just never... I've noticed the blinking, but I thought that's just him blinking.
Developed a stutter.
Looking back, he concluded that it was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Had he not been...
Talk to Lacey about it. Does Lacey have Tourette's?
so worried about not developing a stutter and so obsessed over his speech, he never would have become a stutterer.
Well, yeah, okay, sorry. We're getting really sidetracked. The coughing I also didn't notice because when I've been playing with him recently, he had the flu.
Johnson wanted to prove that stuttering was caused by negative feedback, not biology. To do this, he needed kids he could study without interference. In 1939, Johnson walked into an orphanage and told the staff a lie. He said he wanted to give the children speech therapy. The staff agreed, thinking Johnson was there to help. Johnson ran the study with his graduate student, Mary Tudor. Together, they selected 22 kids. Some were stutterers, others were not. The researchers divided them into 4 groups. The first group was made up of kids who already stuttered. The goal was to help them feel calm so that their stuttering stopped, so the researchers praised them all the time. Everyone in the second group was also a stutterer. In this case, the researchers wanted them to feel anxious so their stutter would worsen, therefore they were criticized constantly. The third group was full of children who spoke normally. They were praised and encouraged to keep speaking just the way they were. Then there was the final group. These children spoke perfectly before the
Oh my god, and they wanted to give them a stutter?
study, but the researchers wanted to make them start stuttering. To achieve that, they were constantly criticized. They were accused of stuttering even when their words were clear.
They were told, you must try to stop yourself immediately. Use your willpower. Do anything to keep from stuttering. Don't ever speak unless you can do it right.
After that, the researchers
Holy shit.
recorded what happened to each group. The 2 groups that received negative feedback were deeply affected. The children who already stuttered became more anxious, and just like Johnson predicted, their stuttering got worse. But what about those the researchers were trying to turn into stutterers? Well, that didn't work. The criticism did not make them suddenly start stuttering. However, it shattered their self-confidence.
Every child in this group began to struggle in school. Some of them refused to talk, even to their friends.
One was so distressed that she ran away.
Literally just giving people anxiety.
Away from the orphanage. This clip sums it up well.
The children who were given negative feedback became more withdrawn, self-conscious, and frustrated, whether or not they actually had a stutter to begin with.
When Johnson shared the results with his colleagues, they were horrified. They warned him that publishing the study could destroy his career. According to reports, they were the ones who nicknamed it the monster study. Johnson never published the study. He hid the documents and hoped his actions would stay buried.
The children also weren't debriefed after the project was over, and
they just left? They didn't go, hey, you were a part of an experiment, by the way, to try and, like, somewhat mend the fucking anxiety that they gave them. They just left. They were just like, all right, well, we couldn't help you.
There was no real follow-up on how they may have been affected by the study long-term.
When Johnson passed away, he was praised as a respected professor. At that point, no one knew about the orphans, but that changed in 2001. A reporter uncovered records of the monster experiment. When the story became public, people were outraged. Some of the kids from the experiment were still alive. They were now in their 80s. Most claimed they struggled with anxiety and shame. The survivors sued the state of Iowa, which is where the study took place. In 2007, the state paid almost $1 million in compensation. There was no debate. The monster experiment should have never happened. This next experiment got so destructive it had to be stopped early. The Stanford prison experiment.
Somebody said, wait, this happened to Jinxie. Bro, you're a dumbass. This happened in, like, the fucking 30s, bro. There was just a picture of kids in black and white from, like, almost 100 years ago.
This experiment was designed to create an atmosphere of oppression.
I'm sorry, that was rude. I was just a stupid... You know how they say there's no stupid questions?
For years, Zimbardo studied how people behave.